Good morning, everybody. If everybody could grab a seat. Okay. What a wonderful facility, and how glad I am to see it this full. This is really great. So many friendly faces and a lot of folks who I haven't yet met, and I look forward to meeting. Welcome, everyone. I'm Bill Twite. I'm Vice Chair of the Council. Before I start on my remarks, I'd like to begin with an acknowledgement. The Council respectfully acknowledges that we are gathered for this workshop in the traditional homelands of the Alutiiq Sepoyik peoples. We recognize the 10 tribes of the Kodiak Alutiiq region. The heritage and culture of the Alutiiq people continues to enrich our communities. The Council recognizes the complex history of this community and honors the culture, resilience, and tradition of the families and tribal members connected to this land. And my deepest thanks to them. On behalf of my fellow council members, I'd like to express our appreciation for your presence today. We have a large number and broad diversity of participants, both in person and online. The Council has dedicated 2 days to this workshop in recognition of the importance and magnitude of the challenges of adapting to climate change. It's a hopeful sign that so many of us are this engaged. This reflects the importance of the issue of managing sustainable fisheries in the face of climate change. I believe we are all choosing to participate in this workshop because we know that climate change is already having profound impacts on the Gulf of Alaska, the Aleutians, and the Bering Sea, ecosystems that we all have deep attachments to. We have already experienced some of these impacts, and we know more are coming. We want to become better prepared to continue our mission of stewardship of the ecosystems and the resources we depend on, even as climate change makes that more difficult. The Council has an almost half-century record of sustainable management, which is impressive, but nowhere nearly the length of the sustainable management practices by the indigenous peoples of these regions. The generations after us will benefit from our collective ability to successfully maintain these records. How can a workshop help us be better prepared to face the future? As one council member, I'd like to provide some thoughts. I remember an earlier workshop, now almost 6 years ago, held by the Council on Climate Change, and the words of a tribal elder who is unfortunately no longer with us, but whose wisdom persists. He was reflecting on the challenge ahead, and that our two cultures, Indigenous and Western, need each other's knowledge and science now more than ever. His words still guide me. He was referring to two types of science: the long history of Indigenous knowledge and the rich trove of quantitative data and models of Western science. Both will be essential in facing the future. But I heard more than that in his words. I believe he was also referring to our differing perspectives on sustainability, ecosystem integrity, and the connections between the ocean, the rivers, the land, and ourselves. We don't know everything about climate change, but I think it is a safe prediction that we will be confronting circumstances outside of anything in our collective experience. It will take the strengths of both cultures to preserve this world for future generations. That is the message I heard in his words. I ask that you also keep those words in mind. In my view, success for this workshop is recognizing our shared destiny, based on our shared dependence on these rich, productive ecosystems. I hope this workshop will help strengthen our commonalities, building towards a common language for climate change, a common approach to understanding the increased risks and uncertainties that we must account for in our decisions, and increased empathy. The hard reality is that climate change will not treat our fisheries equally at all times. At any point in time, some will be experiencing hard times while others will be prospering. Our experience teaches us that declines can be sudden and unexpected, as in the snow crab crash, the Gulf Cod crash, and the Chum crashes, which have all demonstrated just in the last 10 years how quickly we can go from facing good times to facing hard times. As you consider the scenarios we will be discussing, of course, we want to know how they affect you. We also ask that you listen with empathy to the concerns of others. This will build a foundation for a shared approach. We want you to give your imagination and creativity room to roam as you consider the scenarios and thoughts of other participants, recognizing that it will be most helpful to building bonds if your contributions are tempered by the perspectives of others. The fact that we're holding this workshop and that so many of you are present and participating gives me grounds for optimism. That we can continue to accomplish what is necessary to sustain the generations after us, even in the face of the threats posed by climate change. Thank you for being here, and thank you in advance for your participation.
Thank you, Mr. Twite, for getting us started this morning. Well, good morning, everybody. My name is Katie Latonich. I work with council staff as the Climate Project Manager. I'm glad to welcome all of you here in person and all of you online for the next 2 days of the Council's Climate Scenarios Workshop. Before we get started this morning, I want to take a few minutes to revisit the purpose of the workshop, what we're hoping to get out of our next couple of days together, and what comes next. As Mr. Twite explained, we're here because climate change is already affecting Alaska fisheries and the communities and people who depend on them. And we're facing the impacts from these changes as well as the uncertainty that all of this brings. So this conversation is very important and very timely. This workshop has been a long time in planning, several years at this point. So I want to acknowledge the work of the Climate Change Task Force in helping think about the workshop objectives and concepts and purpose and the scenarios that we'll be talking about over the next 2 days. Many of the CCTF members are here in this room, and we look forward to including you in our breakout discussions. The purpose of the Climate Scenarios Workshop is to generate ideas for short and long-term management approaches and tools to improve climate resiliency of federally managed fisheries in the North Pacific. The workshop objectives are aimed at asking how well the current management framework is able to respond to change, and then allow us to ask what are those specific actionable steps we can take now to improve climate resiliency within the council process, both in the short and in the longer term. Thank you. As well, one of these objectives is about how to make this a robust and inclusive process that includes all of the council's partners and community. This workshop is a big milestone for the council community in multiple ways, not only because it's a long time in planning, but also because it's the first step in a multi-year process of climate readiness planning with resources provided to the councils under the Inflation Reduction Act. In January, the council submitted our proposal, which we understand to be fully funded. That includes 3 objectives. One is to develop a climate resilient management policy. One is to continue work to incorporate local and traditional knowledge. And the third is to strengthen consideration of uncertainty and risk in harvest specifications and other aspects of management. So this workshop is our chance to come together as a council community to begin generating more of the ideas that can help build out this portfolio of work over the next 3 years. This workshop is really unique, both in the time we're taking for discussion together as a council community and also how the meeting is going to be structured. Our approach for the next 2 days is going to be focusing on climate scenario planning and generating ideas for how we navigate an uncertain future. Traditional planning assumes the future will look a lot like the past. Scenario planning recognizes that uncertainty is inherent and helps us think about what could happen and what strategies are robust to uncertainty. So we'll be talking through 4 hypothetical futures, and it's important to tell you from the outset, these are meant to be a framework for discussion. They're hypothetical, they are what could happen, but they're not meant to be predictive. And later today, Dr. Kirsten Holzman will provide a more thorough introduction to scenario planning. The 4 scenarios we'll talk about at the meeting and how the outcomes of this discussion could be useful for science and management. So this is a very different discussion than we're used to having in the council process. And so people have asked, what's in scope or what's the kind of fair game for this discussion? And it's really everything. Our focus is mainly on the council process and tools. So we're focusing most specifically on things that are within the council's jurisdiction and authorities. But it's also not a conversation we have in a vacuum. It's also okay for us to be talking about things like national policy and things that communities are doing to prepare for change. It's also really important to emphasize that our scenarios and their narratives, their stories, they help provide a framework for discussion, but they don't tell us everything that's going to happen. So it's very important in our breakout sessions that you layer in your own experience and perspectives to help think about how these would actually play out and what they could look like. Now, all of the workshop materials are available on the e-agenda. Just to note, this is separate from the council e-agenda for this meeting. And so the materials include a detailed workshop agenda that tells you everything you need to know about timing and how we'll move through the agenda. There's also a document with the scenarios and a discussion guide. And I just wanted to point out the visual that's on this slide is the more recent addition to our meeting materials. We also have printed copies available outside in the hall. In addition, there's a background document with terms and acronyms. So it will help define some of the terms we'll be using frequently at this meeting. In terms of outcomes and outputs, it's important to emphasize no decisions will be made at this workshop. This is very much about idea generating. We're not trying to reach consensus. And this is really a chance to brainstorm and come up with as many ideas as possible. So in terms of workshop outputs, of course, that includes specific ideas that include objectives for climate readiness planning, needs, challenges, potential ideas, solutions, risks, gaps, and so forth. It's also a chance to build a shared vocabulary and context to help inform our future climate readiness planning. And finally, it's a chance to identify broad concerns and themes of discussion that can continue to shape our discussion of climate readiness planning, including through the programmatic evaluation. It's important to set expectations a little bit. We have a lot of people here. So over the next 2 days, we have over 200 people in person and online. We have 9 breakout groups, including 6 in person and 3 virtual. And we're meeting for 4 sessions. So that is a lot of hours of discussion time. So we do have time built in to recap and synthesize across what we hear across all those breakout discussions. But also, all of you are going to have a different workshop experience. You'll all be in different breakouts and you'll have different conversations. So it will take time for us after the workshop to synthesize and summarize everything we've heard so that the council and all of you and the public can take a look at everything that was discussed and be able to respond to that. In a few days during staff tasking at the AP meeting, I'll give a quick update and then a slightly more comprehensive one later that week, I think on Wednesday during council staff tasking. The final report will be available in September. And then at the council's October meeting will be their discussion of next steps. And that will be the chance to consider how ideas from the workshop could fit into new or existing council initiatives and consider how and when to take further action. The most important way all of you can provide input over the next 2 days is through our breakout group discussions. I also wanted to note we're going to have an informal post-workshop Google form. This will be just a way you can share additional ideas. Again, everybody's going to have a different workshop experience. You may have ideas that come to you after the meeting. So this is just a way for you to continue sharing your reflections. These comments will not be published. We will just use these to help build out the workshop summary. As far as a quick overview of the agenda, again, there is a detailed agenda overview or a detailed agenda available under the e-agenda for this meeting, as well as printed copies in the room. This is very important. If you're participating online, you're going to need to switch between the main Zoom meeting room and different Zoom meeting rooms for our breakouts. We'll provide more instructions on that later. Today, time. We are going to take some time today to set the context before we move into our scenario planning discussions. So beginning this morning, we'll talk about elements of climate readiness and the work we're already doing to begin planning. We'll talk about recent case studies and experiences with climate change impacts on Alaska fisheries. And then after lunch, before we move into our breakouts, we'll have a more detailed introduction to scenario planning. We have 1 breakout session this afternoon, and then we have 3 tomorrow. So briefly about the breakouts, again, we have a lot of people and a lot of moving of people that needs to happen. So we'll repeat these instructions later. But if you're attending in person, we've pre-assigned you to breakout groups to keep them to about the same size and ensure we have a good mix of council members, SSC members, AP members, state and federal agency, and members of the public. And your breakout assignment should be on your name tag. If you don't have a name tag or you registered late, that's okay. You can just plan to join any group. For those of you on Zoom, you were not assigned to a breakout group. These breakout groups are a little different in composition. These are mainly members of the public as well as some state and federal agency staff. So we emailed all of you with breakout instructions this morning, and we'll repeat those again later. So finally, just for some housekeeping announcements, the restrooms are out this door and to the right. We also have coffee and water outside. We're asking you to please use the side doors as opposed to these two, just because you'll come in and you'll be instantly in front of 150 people in the room. So try to aim for that door and that door over there. This one behind me is locked. We'll be live streaming the plenary sessions only today. Just so you're aware, we're not recording our breakout sessions either in person or virtually. We will have some time for discussion during our full group discussions. If you're participating virtually, you can raise your hand to speak. Because we do have a large group, we will be running handheld microphones. So if you have a comment or a question, please just wait for us to get to you so we can make sure everybody listening online can hear what you have to say. We'll also be taking some photos during our meeting. You've probably seen our staff snapping a few pictures, so please just speak to me or a member of our admin staff if you don't consent to us taking your photo. And finally, I just want to big thank you in advance to all of you for being here, and to our facilitators and note takers and staff and everybody who's helping make this happen. So we appreciate it. And so with that, we'll move on to our first discussion in the morning. And I'd like to invite our first set of panelists to come up to the table and take a seat. Okay, thanks all of you. So to get started this morning, we're going to begin with a discussion about what climate readiness and resilience look like in practice. These are terms we're going to be using a lot over the next 2 days. And these can be defined in very specific ways. Now, for example, the climate readiness synthesis defines climate readiness as whether management tools, assessments, and information on-ramps are designed to address and consider long-term climate change. And when we talk about resilience, we tend to use that in terms of the ability to withstand or recover from disruption. Now, we also recognize that some of us may use these terms very precisely, while other people use them more informally or even interchangeably, and all of that's okay for the next 2 days. It's important to acknowledge that we think about climate readiness and resilience differently depending on our worldview, our geography, the communities we come from, and our perspectives and experiences. So our next 4 speakers this morning will share the steps we're already taking to build climate readiness into the federal fisheries management process. These efforts are helping us lay the groundwork. So in our later discussions, we can be thinking about how the ideas we come up with in discussion could leverage and build on this work that's already happening. So briefly, I'll just introduce our 4 speakers. First, we're going to be hearing from Diana Evans, Council Deputy Director, and she's going to talk about steps and on-ramps for climate readiness within the Council process. Dr. Diana Stram, Council Senior Scientist, will talk about the work of the Climate Change Task Force to define and assess the current level of climate readiness through the climate readiness synthesis. Then Dr. Cisco Warner, who's joining us from headquarters as the Director of Scientific Programs and Chief Science Advisor, will share an update on the Climate Ecosystem and Fisheries Initiative. And then finally, Dr. Marisha Simkoyak will describe climate adaptation planning work with Gulf of Alaska fishing communities. These are 4 very different talks that provide different vantage points on climate readiness. So we'll pause for clarifying questions after each one, and we'll see how the timing goes, and we may have some time for discussion and questions and answer afterwards as well. So with that, I'll welcome Diane Evans. And let me just make sure this advances. Anyhow.
Thanks for bearing with us while we figure out the technical difficulties. I'm gonna, maybe, do we have a handheld mic? Hello? Okay. I'm gonna start talking while they get these guys figured out because I don't think the PowerPoint is so important. So I appreciate everybody being here. We've heard the welcoming remarks from Bill and from Katie, and this definitely is an important milestone in the council's recent work on climate readiness and pathways for moving forward with climate. So one of the things that Katie asked me to talk about this morning is the connection between the work that we're doing here at the workshop and council ongoing initiatives. Because as you heard from Katie's talk, what we're trying to do in the workshop is really have the opportunity to have an open dialogue, have conversations, kind of brainstorm, think a little bit outside of the boundaries of what we might do in a normal council meeting, and bring those ideas back and connect them after the workshop to the work of the council. So over the last 2 to 3 years, especially, the council's done a lot of work that relates to specifically to climate readiness. And that includes looking at the development of fishery ecosystem plans, going back and the work through the Bering Sea fishery ecosystem plan, especially with the task forces, the local knowledge, traditional knowledge, and assistance task force that culminated in the development of the protocol, and then the climate change task force work with, let's see if this works, or just skip up. Thanks for you. I'll just keep talking. And then the work of the climate change task force, and you're going to hear more about the climate resiliency synthesis that they put together here shortly. So it's just your magic touch. I just barely not doing. What am I supposed to do? The arrow? Click. Okay. All right. Technical solutions figured out. Can I switch back there? Okay, we'll try this again. So a number of different ongoing initiatives that the council's been focusing on that relate to, as I say, the fishery ecosystem plan work and the task force work, the development and discussion of risk and uncertainty tools in the specification process. And that includes both the development of ecosystem status reports, ecosystem and socioeconomic profiles, risk tables, climate variables, and stock assessment. Lots of conversation about that. A lot of that work was discussed at the SSC workshop last February 2023. We had a workshop report coming out of that SSC workshop pointing in some directions that the council should think about for climate readiness. And then also the initiative of the programmatic evaluation that the council began last June 2023. The ecosystem committee had been developing that concept for a couple of years, trying to take a comprehensive look at council management and council management policies in the light of changing environmental conditions. So we have a lot of actions that we've been focused on in the last couple of years. But I was thinking about this in the broader context of the ecosystem work that the council's been doing for, a couple of decades now or longer than that, trying to improve and focus on understanding the ecosystem context for our fishery management and climate being that additional variable. And when I was thinking about some of the work that the council has done before, I wanted to go back and take a look at the ecosystem vision statement that the council adopted in 2014. And I just thought that it was useful to project for you the language that is included in that policy statement. And it really focuses the council's mission with respect to fishery management. So the council envisions sustainable fisheries with benefits for a variety of participants in our process, whether that be harvesters, processors, recreational users, subsistence users, fishing communities. And I think it's really important to understand that the vision and what we're trying to do here really does need to benefit that broad group of participants. And this is the language, as I say, that the council adopted in 2014. Looking at that with those sustainable fisheries need to be supported by healthy, productive, diverse ecosystems, support robust populations of marine species, and the third element there, which really talks about the process that we are building and that the council is so important for, which is this using a process that is precautionary, transparent, and inclusive, and that allows us to have these conversations about trade-offs, about changing conditions and mitigating threats. The second major bullet at the bottom there talks about the fact that in 2014, we were anticipating the importance of accounting for environmental variability and uncertainty and changes in climate and oceanographic conditions. I think since the time the council adopted this policy statement, we've seen that rate of change has accelerated. And so we have been really honing in and focusing on the climate variability component of adaptability of our fishery management process and the importance of trying to build that out, that aspect out. And so that's why I think a lot of our conversations will come today during the workshop. We'll be focusing on some of the specific opportunities and ideas that we can do to build out this overall sort of 60,000 foot vision of where we go with fishery management and try to hone in on what does it mean? How do we do a better job with preparing to understand those trade-offs in the face of changing conditions and other threats that we see or uncertainty that we see in the environment. So I still don't want anything back. Okay, thank you, Sarah. So you've seen the slide already. Katie had this in her presentation, but just bringing us back to looking forward, you are not looking at the same thing as I am. That is not the same as that. So what everyone else is looking at online is the IRA funding proposal. I'm glad we're figuring out the technical difficulties now. Hopefully the rest of the workshop is going to be super smooth. The IRA funding proposal for we have 3 years. So from now, looking through 2027, the council's been approved for the proposal we submitted. And you saw from Katie's slide, the 3 elements of that proposal, which include focusing on developing a climate resilient management policy. And we're looking to do that through the programmatic initiative that the council has put in place and is beginning to work on, continuing to work on incorporating local knowledge and traditional knowledge, building on that LKTKS protocol, and how do we fully incorporate that into our management process, and then accounting for risk and uncertainty in harvest specifications. For those of you who have seen me talk about the IRA funding at the council process, I kind of call this the science track of our IRA funding, and that one's a little bit less built out. We're hoping that through the SSC participation in the National SSC workshop this summer, we'll generate ideas. Diana Stram is going to be working on pulling together some of those different ideas. And when we come back, hopefully in October, we should have more concrete ideas building on this workshop and building on work from SES8 to see how do we build out some of the IRA opportunities from that funding. You can say the next slide, which will help people online, but not people in the room. The next couple of slides that I wanted to talk about were really focusing in on some of the climate readiness themes that we have talked about in the last couple of years as we've developed the programmatic and as we've talked about the SSC workshop and sort of a number of these different initiatives. And we have identified, where I need to move, 3 major kind of categories of climate readiness themes. And I think those are important to remind ourselves as we go into this workshop, that the themes that we keep hearing about and focusing on in our conversations in the council projects are supporting a council process that can be both proactive and reactive, building and using climate information on-ramps, and including stakeholders and partners in building climate readiness. And those 3 ideas are ones that can you turn the next slide for me at least? That we can see this. The themes are also included, I think, in your packet. We have a section that talks about some of the themes that came out, and I think it's in your meeting materials. Good. I hear seeing some nodding in the audience. So trying to focus on some of these different ideas and themes as part of our conversation today, I think will be really useful. Thinking about how do we learn from past experience and the what if scenarios? What are the what if scenarios that we can work to put together that will help council members and the public better understand where we go from here? supporting a timely and responsive council process. What changes do we need to make to our current process in order to be more nimble as we encounter climate shocks and effects on our fisheries that are a result of climate variability? Are there changes that we can do and we can think about in our regulatory process? Is there advanced prep work that we can do as we think about, okay, if this situation happens, the council will react a certain way under different circumstances, so that we can get some of the conversations and the planning advanced, so that when we're in those real-time situations, we're more nimble and able to adapt more quickly. Can you advance? Building the use of climate on-ramps. I think that's kind of straightforward. I think you're going to hear a little bit more about that from some of the speakers that are coming forward, and certainly from the national perspective of how that's being supported at the Alaska Fisheries Science Center and NMFS more nationally in terms of developing climate tools that we can use. If you can advance, Katie. And then the importance of including diverse voices is something that Bill touched on in his opening remarks, listening to each other. We're in a situation where we are entering a time of change, a time of less predictability. And when we move into those time periods where we don't know exactly what's going to happen, people get more anxious, people have more discomfort. And so it's really all the more important for us to listen to each other and to understand each other's perspectives, because that's the times, I think, where we're most prone to misunderstanding. And so this is really an opportunity, as Bill noted, to try to hear different voices and different perspectives, and then see what do we want to do with that. But this workshop here is really focused on the listening part and trying to hear others' ideas come forward before we decide what exactly we want to do with them. That will be the next phase when we move forward. If you could advance. So the focus of the workshop is really to, as I say, build those understandings, think about how we can work with our partners to achieve climate readiness. This isn't something we can do entirely within the council process. We do want to brainstorm, we do want to expand the boundaries and have this be an open forum for conversation. But it's also important to remember that this is a council event and a council hosted workshop. And while we're looking to explore all of the ideas, we also want to try to come up with ideas that the council can act on. And so there are some things that are within the council's purview, and then there are other things that aren't. So at least having some context of what the council might be able to do to resolve some of these problems is a good thing to keep in mind as well as understanding that when we're putting forward, let's brainstorm, come up with different ideas for change or for directions we might want to explore, but recognize that if we're looking at something that's completely changing the system, that's going to take a lot longer to implement than something that is sort of adjustments to the way that we do business right now. So just recognizing some of those practical realities around our brainstorming without allowing it to limit our brainstorming. Just move to the last slide, Katie. So I think the slide that you can't see unless you're online, but really just highlights the point that Katie made, is that we are looking forward to this workshop report coming back as a council agenda item in October, and being able to use that to launch a discussion of how do we explore, how do we prioritize some of the ideas we've heard, how do we explore them in particular initiatives, whether that be the programmatic evaluation, looking at kind of the policy sense of things, whether there are some research information feedback to the ongoing Alaska Fisheries Science Center work that we want to leverage to be able to use in the council process, or whether it's kind of developing some of our own actions with respect to risk and uncertainty in harvest specifications or other aspects of our management program. With that, I will pass it over to our next speakers to go into a little bit more detail. Hopefully with a little bit of technical success.
We're going to take a brief technical stand down, but we have a few minutes for questions or any comments if anybody has questions for Diana. And thank you so much for your talk, because that's been a question we've heard a lot from the public about how all of these pieces fit together and how the talk fits into stuff. So does anybody have any questions or comments about Diana's talk? And not seeing any, we will take just a couple of minutes to get things straightened out. Sorry for the technical difficulties. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. I'm Diana Stram. I'm council staff. I'm going to walk you through a little bit of what we've been doing with our climate change task force. And I'll try to be brief so we can get on to other things. But I do want to acknowledge my co-chair, Kirsten Olsman. And I will be acknowledging our entire climate change task force. This has been the impetus for this workshop, but the workshop has been broadened by the IRA funding to be larger than what our climate change task force was tasked with. And hopefully, okay. So just a quick, we are tied in with the ACLIME. Many of you are involved or know about the ACLIME decision support system and the work that's been going on there. Obviously, the chart to the right of your just shows you the temperature change in the Bering Sea. This has been a Bering Sea focused effort, but I just want to acknowledge we all know what's going on climate change wise in the Bering Sea and the Gulf of Alaska and the North Pacific. But this is the impetus for basically all of this. And so while our task force was focused on a very narrow task, this is a broader task than that. So just to give you an idea, the impetus of it, there was a Bering Sea fishery ecosystem plan that was published in 2019. And that was, again, focused on the Bering Sea ecosystem itself. There was a Aleutian Islands one that was separate. But from it, the important part is that it manifested two task forces. One was the local knowledge, traditional knowledge and subsistence information task force. That task force has completed their goal and come up with a protocol for how to incorporate LKTK subsistence information into our council process. I'm not speaking about that, but there are many people here that are involved in that and that can speak to that, both in our breakout groups as well as in the general aspect of our workshop. But the other action module was the climate change task force, and that's what I'm here to represent. So I just want to note we have a diverse group of folks on our task force, representing many different organizations, both fishery participants, harvesters, stakeholders, other aspects of marine mammal lab, St. Paul, Ocean Conservancy, Sea State. We've all worked together. We were on a 5-year time frame, a little bit awkward due to COVID. So we have been trying to work together to make this all work over the time frame that we've been together. And we are coming up on our last year of our task force. So we had basically 5 main goals. And starting in 2020. So the first is mapping our existing management process and identifying climate information on-ramps, looking at living definitions of resilience and adaptation. And I think those are the conversations that we're going to have over the next 2 days, are what those mean to everyone. Using case studies to explore climate impacts, responses, and indicators. Again, the next follow-up group of talks that we'll have this morning are looking at case studies in the North Pacific. And then what I'm really focusing on today is talking about reviewing our existing climate readiness, which is an aspect that the Climate Change Task Force took on to try to identify what is our current climate readiness, so that when we look backwards, how are we improving? Where do we stand now? Where are we going in the future? And then the last aspect of our climate change task force is looking at a framework for climate informed decision making. And that's something that the conversations that we'll be having in the next 2 days are going to help inform that. So one of the first things that we did was we developed a work plan to try to identify where we were at in terms of what our current climate readiness is and where we have on-ramps and where we can improve that. And so this schematic basically shows you what our current process is. So our current process of groundfish stock assessment, where our SSC, our AP, our council, and then trying to identify where do we need to fill in? Like, what are the aspects of it that we think we could identify on-ramps or current on-ramps or existing on-ramps that we could create in terms of moving forward with the climate readiness. And so that's where we have a lot of information. We're really lucky in the North Pacific. We have a lot of information on climate and ecosystem information that feeds into our stock assessment process. So that's a really existing on-ramp in terms of our ecosystem reports and the sections of our stock assessments. We have identified, and this is again the other task force that was not the climate change task force, that we really identified that there is needed LKTK information on ramps that don't exist in our current process. And then but what we're lacking is the long-term climate informed planning. And I think that's where we're starting the conversation now. We know that we have existing short-term ecosystem information that feeds into our process, but what we're lacking is the long-term climate information. And we're trying to figure out the on-ramp for that. So it was two of the things that we worked on in our climate change task force that I'm not going to talk about today are living definitions of resilience and adaptation, as well as case studies to explore impacts, responses, and indicators. But what we spent a lot of time and effort is looking at our climate readiness. And so what we did as a task force in 2022, we took 2022 as a case study. We broke our process into three different aspects: the management process, our ecosystem and stock assessment status reports, and then what knowledge information is feeding into our process. And so we tried to characterize those. And so we looked at 5 different aspects to how do we characterize each of those processes and how they are currently. Are we anywhere from no climate information included to all the way to climate ready? And so we broke into teams and evaluated each of those 3 different processes and tried to look at where we would characterize our current system in terms of that. And so starting with the management process, we looked at the fact that we are extremely proactive in the North Pacific, but it doesn't mean that we're necessarily climate resilient. So we looked at the fact that we have some EBM measures that can provide climate resilience in the long term, but they might lose effectiveness with higher warming, with more heat waves, with marine heat waves and different aspects to our climate. So our system is incredibly proactive management wise, but not necessarily designed for climate resilience. So we looked at the different climate strengths and weaknesses and the opportunities for improvement across management opportunities and tools. We also looked at the information that is presented to the council from our stock assessments and our status reports. And we have a lot of climate information that's included in our ecosystem-based management process and reports, a lot of assessments that include that kind of information. We also looked at the knowledge and information. So outside of our stock assessment, what else is coming into our system in terms of the information that's being brought forward? And here we looked at the fact that we need to expand or create processes, collaborations, and partnerships that facilitate multiple knowledge sources in climate planning and response. From that, we are looking at where do we go forward from here? We re-rated ourselves in terms of our climate readiness, But the idea of the entire climate readiness synthesis was to form a baseline so that going forward, we can look back and see, did we do better? We rated where we were at in each of these aspects. And then we want to be able to say, okay, this is our baseline. This is our 2022 baseline, because that's the year that we did it in. Where do we go from here? And how do we, in moving forward, based on this workshop, on the council actions moving forward, how do we do better, and how do we look backwards and say, okay, this is where we were and this is where we're going? And so we recognize all of the conditions for transformative climate action and planning. That's the purpose of our workshop in the next 2 days, is to hear all of the conversations and to get an idea of what people are looking for, what defines resilience, what defines adaptation, and how does it relate to what the council needs to know moving forward. And I just want to thank all the Climate Change Task Force members. This originated from the Climate Change Task Force, but it's been broadened from there. But it has been a lot of work over the last 4.5 years. And I think that we've made a lot of effort moving forward. So thank you.
Thank you, Diana. Why don't you step? We have just a few minutes for questions. And I want to see if any of the other climate change task force members, you're welcome to weigh in and talk about your experience as well. Maybe while we're waiting for people to collect their thoughts, Diana, you talked about this first climate readiness synthesis being a baseline. Did you talk as a group about how long from now or at what interval it might make sense to revisit this methodology?
Yeah, thanks. That's something that we have talked about in terms of what would be the best interval. I mean, I think just off the top of my head, 5 years, 10 years. You know, we're looking for the. I think the idea, and Diana Evans spoke to it earlier today. The idea is that the council is looking towards developing a climate work plan in the fall. And so however that climate work plan unfolds, I think the actions that come out of that are what we would then look backwards and say, okay, this is where we were then. Now we have a climate work plan 5, 7, 10 years from then. Where did we go? Where did we push the envelope? We rated our management program as 2 out of 5. We rated our stock assessments as 3 out of 5. We rated our knowledge and information systems as 2 out of 5. How do we get to 3? How do we get to 4? And does the actions that the council takes in their climate work plan move that needle forward?
Comment from the back. Yeah. Sorry, please be patient while we run microphones so we can make sure our online participants can hear.
I'm just curious about resilience. Were you considering resilience of a fishery for a particular target species, or resilience of groundfish fisheries and resilience of crab fisheries? How are you thinking, or were you thinking of resilience of particular communities targeting fisheries? There's a broad spectrum of that, and I'm just curious how you were thinking.
Thanks. I would also look, I should have acknowledged that most of the Climate Change Task Force is here in the room as well as online. So I don't want to speak for everyone. I think when we were talking about resilience, it was in a much broader, a little bit more esoteric. I think you're going to hear from Marisha next or later this morning as to community resilience. We were looking on a much broader scale. We weren't looking at a single fishery. I think that we were trying to identify over our whole management system, what are the barriers to resilience, I guess, is more where we were going in terms of where are we well poised and where do we have some barriers, and what can we do to recommend changes to that. But again, I would look to, there are many members of our task force that are here. So if anyone wants to speak up.
Yeah. Okay, this works. Yeah, Jason Gasper. I was on the Climate Change Task Force, NMFS Alaska Regional Office. I think for me, Ann's question is something that I so closer. Is that better? Okay. Something that I struggled with when we were going through the discussion on ranking the resilience, because it can be somewhat in relative to your point of view on which thing you care most about. And I think that's one of the values of having this workshop today, is that we can have some discussion about what that means to different folks involved in this process. And then, you know, hopefully we maybe come out with some synthesis on different dimensions of that resiliency. And that can be used to think about this issue kind of moving forward, because I think we could think about this in terms of the stock. We could think about this in terms of the communities. We could think about this in terms of a lot of other potential dimensions, and sort of thinking about how to scope that properly, I think, is going to be somewhat key to this whole process.
Thank you. And we have a question or comment online, so we're going to unmute Tim Lower, and then you can speak. Just a minute.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Yeah, Tim Lower, Bering Sea Fisheries Research Foundation. I'm intrigued by your comment that you concluded that the system is not designed very well to accommodate resilience. I'm curious what you mean by that and how you would redesign a system to be resilient, if I haven't asked a question that'll take an hour.
Thank you for the question. I would say that our system is designed to be very proactive and ecosystem-based fishery management. I mean, we are really leading the nation in that. I just think that we aren't prepared necessarily to know what it means in terms of a changing climate. So I think what we're realizing is that our system might actually be very beneficial for working towards climate shocks, but we're not sure yet what that means. And so I think that what we're trying to do is look at the situation that we're in and figure out whether or not what we have in place is either too rigid or flexible enough to allow us to react in a changing climate. I think that we have led the nation in terms of a very proactive ecosystem-based fishery management system. And I just think that nobody knows what that means in a changing climate, and we're trying to figure that out. I don't know if that gets at your question.
No, that's very helpful. Thank you very much.
Diana. And we're going to move on to our next presentation from Dr. Cisco Werner.
Morning, everybody. And I want to start off by thanking a whole bunch of you, Diana, Kirsten, Bill, for the kind invitation and the opportunity to come talk to you at the at this workshop. And I wanted to let you know a little bit, or talk to you a little bit about what the CEFI is, also known as CEFI. So I have to start off by actually, talking about what does this first slide say. And I'm going to spend a little bit of time on this before I go on to the following presentations. And if you look at this first slide, you know, it's almost jargony, right? It starts off by saying CEFI decision support system, and it's like, you know, what is this? And I thought about, you know, perhaps the easiest way would be actually to reorder the words. You know, it's so CEFI, the Climate Ecosystem and Fisheries Initiative, is a system that supports your decisions. So I think it's almost easier to turn them around. And so what I want to talk to you about is, what is this system, you know, that will perhaps in the next 2 days that we'll be talking about are the decisions that you need in for which you need support, you know, and support might be a better definition, better quantification, better understanding, better anticipation, and maybe even the question before about resilience. You know, resilience usually is attached to, there's 3 words that usually come to mind with resilience. There's resilience, there's exposure, and then there's vulnerability. And they just all kind of come together, right? And so CEFI or CFI can alert you about your exposure. Exposure is what's coming, right? So you need to understand what's coming. There's, unless we change, perhaps, you know, we can get into discussions about, you know, the reasons for climate change and so on. There is going to be something that we're all going to be exposed to. But then the vulnerability is something that we want to minimize. And so by having a better understanding of what's coming and what possibilities there might be, you could minimize your vulnerability and therefore increase your resilience. So CEFI kind of brings all of that together, and it's a really good question, and it's a very important topic, because ultimately we do want fisheries, ecosystems, communities that are resilient, but we have to understand and perhaps anticipate exposure, and also then do something about vulnerability, decrease the vulnerability to that exposure. So in terms of what we're talking about here, you know, in terms of the system to support decisions, you know, what comes to mind is what kind of decisions, this went too fast. Where did it go? Okay. What comes to mind is, well, what kind of decisions are we thinking about? And there's some decisions are fisheries, focused on fisheries. You know, how are the ocean changing, impacting stocks, et cetera? You know, what can the future impacts and risks be? Again, the exposure that we're talking about in terms of that concept of vulnerability and resilience. And how should we, you know, think about and construct the strategies for these changing conditions? And this comes to something that's almost your first topic in the workshop objectives, which is the what ifs, building up that what if scenarios, building up, you know, what if. And so we can start thinking about, well, you know, we know that the oceans are going to change. We know that things are going to be affected and so on. But the question is how much? And so I think we need to not make it too broad and say anything can happen, but we also need to anticipate things that under normal conditions we wouldn't expect. But perhaps, you know, through, you know, some approach like CEFI, we can actually think about things that might happen that avoid surprises, or at least minimizes surprises. Under protected resources, you know, you might say, what are the best conservation strategies for, you know, for changing ecosystems? In aquaculture, you might be thinking about, where should I be siting, you know, the various operations? You know, how can I anticipate, again, exposure, and therefore vulnerability, reduce the vulnerability of where I'm going to build, you know, particular operations. And obviously, you know, ultimately the coastal communities in terms of how do we prepare and adapt for them. And I did want to take a moment and actually go back again, as I said, to the workshop objectives and goals and the purpose. And I think those 4 bullets that Katie started off with, you know, are really important. This question of what ifs is something that CEFI, you know, something that will provide. It will give you a range of possible outcomes in a rather complex system, admitting uncertainty. So there will be things that are more likely, less likely, you know, unlikely, and so on. But that's going to be important in the decision-making process. The second point was exploring strengths and weaknesses of management and governance and so on, you know, under the council's jurisdiction. Well, again, if you have better information, if you have a system that provides you better information, then you can perhaps strengthen those strengths And then the weaknesses, find out what is it that you should be knowing and anticipating, to ameliorate perhaps, those challenges that are out there. And this goes in hand with the third objective of the workshop, which is, consider where the pace and deliberative aspect of the council process is a strength, and where a more rapid response, may be appropriate. Again, the importance here is, can we become more quantitative about what we're saying? I mean, it's not enough anymore to say, well, things are going to change. I think we need to say when, and how, perhaps also try to say how much are they going to change. And so I think the onus is on us, to bring all of that knowledge and science and the input from everybody to be a little bit more than things are changing, and actually try to put numbers on things if we can. And then, of course, there's the idea of developing the strategies to be more inclusive, which Bill spoke to again this morning, about how this is something that we really all need to be together in doing. So with that as a backdrop, in terms of what CEFI aims to do, is to be more quantitative, provide you information for your decisions, a system that provides you decisions. The next slide talks a little bit about that. And again, it was discussed nicely this morning that some things happen really quickly. Bill talked about 3 examples of crashes that happened. Some things happen on very short timescales. Climate is not just about long timescales. There are short timescales that happen. And the idea or the concept that's discussed here, it sort of captures this, is this question of stationarity versus non-stationarity. And under stationary conditions, it doesn't mean that things are flat. It just means that they're average, that there is an average. And they might be going up and down, and some days, some years are cold and some are hot, but there's an average. And that allows us to think about things. That allows us to even how to develop statistical tools and management approaches and so on. But under non-stationary conditions, there is no average. Right? Now we're operating under trends. So things are changing up or down. And it's not just the same wiggles up and down, but some things happen more frequently. Whether it's more storms or droughts or whatever. And they can also change in magnitude. So they're not just, the normal strength, but actually the magnitude can change as well. So that's, why is this moving on its own? Did it move? No, okay. All right. So we need to start. So the idea here about non-stationarity is that it's not just about the long time scales. It's a short time scale. So how do we, the whole system is evolving into this non-stationary way. So we have to consider things that happen on short time scales, whether they are, as I said, there might be population crashes, et cetera. There's different interactions between species. Things are redistributed differently. Marine mammals, for example, can perhaps, move into different places at a different rate than other organisms can, causing overlapses and then possible conflicts. There's the middle one, which is the idea of the climate enhanced stock assessments, in terms of how do we include that sort of in not just next year, but the next 2 to 5 years out. And then, of course, there's a longer term strategies that also come into this non-stationary at the longer timescales, under the trends part, rather than the extreme or frequency events. And so finally, and I could almost stop with this slide, but I'm going to go on for a couple of more. But what is CEFI? So what is finally the Climate Ecosystem and Fisheries Initiative? It's a cross NOAA effort, and so by that I mean it's not just fisheries. It includes oceanic and atmospheric research. It includes the National Ocean Service. There's the satellite folks. I mean, it really is a cross NOAA effort that aims to provide climate-informed advice for marine resource management, community adaptation, to support your decision-making process. Again, it builds on years and decades of investment in research modeling and decision-making. So it's not something new. And this region in particular is very familiar with ACLIME and others, where this has been taken for a spin, to put it that way. And we know the kind of questions that we should be asking. And finally, in terms of what's really different and what's sort of where the rubber meets the road in terms of how you will see things differently, is that, under CEFI, the support system, again, supporting your decisions, there is a strategy, a commitment, if you will, of having this reliable delivery of robust ocean forecasts and projections. So this is not something we've done. So these are things that we haven't really done. So now we're going to go into this where we'll be providing a regularly robust forecast of what the ocean is going to look like. Probably on a 6-month basis. Every 6 months we'll update it, and it'll give you a sense of what we expect things to happen. And the 6 month is not just a 6 month forward, but there will be, as I said, anywhere from the shorter timescales to the intermediate to longer timescales updated every 6 months as we bring more information and knowledge into it. It'll be operational, which again, it means that this is going to be a continuous thing. This isn't a one time and we're going to post it somewhere and then it's going to be there. It's going to be operational. This is something that's going to have a continuous discussion, within not just the internal people who are doing this, but also everybody outside whose decisions we are supporting. There'll be increased capacity in terms of, we are now in the process of actually increasing the number of folks that we're dedicating to this thing, either through redirection of folks within our centers and regional offices and so on, but also we're hiring new folks. And then, of course, there's the obvious need for targeted research and observation that emerges from what might come out in terms of understanding, again, the coming exposure and the minimization of vulnerability to increase resilience. So I could almost stop there and say that's what it is. It's a pretty ambitious but necessary effort that we're taking on. And I'm going to get a little bit under the hood, not a whole lot, but just a little bit. So what does the CEFI system to support your decisions consist of? And you can think of it as 4 components. One is the regional ocean modeling that's led by the folks at Oceanic and Atmospheric Research at OAR. And the idea here is to provide, as I said, these robust forecasts and projections and such. And this will be then all goes to the data portal, which will be a public data portal where everybody can look and access the data, access the information that then, for those working within, say, the CEFI system, there'll be support teams that will then translate this into information that can become then, or will aim to be climate informed, that then is passed on to the decision makers who will then use this information to say, well, now we're going to use this in a way that allows us to make perhaps a little bit more robust or quantitative or climate informed decisions. And as I said, underneath, there's always the research and observations that we learn as we go along that are needed. So it is a system that is aims to be, is going to be national. It starts off, if you look at the bottom of the panel there, there's these model grids. So this is actually a global model or a global realization. Climate, of course, having it's a global event, if you want to call it that, or a global process. But we've broken it into, regional models. So currently we have a grid for the West Coast and the Alaska region. We have the Arctic and we have the East Coast. We're working now on a grid for the Pacific Islands and even the Great Lakes. So they will also be in there. And then there'll be these regional modeling teams going to the top left. And these are the ones that I said earlier will extract this. It's a huge amount of data that's coming out, but you have to then translate it into something that then can feed into the top right, which are the regional decision teams, who will then be able to take that information and produce these socio-ecological outlooks for advice and management. And so right now, each one of these teams, I'll go back one, each one of these teams, like I said, is about 4 to 6 people per science center, and then also in collaboration with regional offices and other. So it's really a step up in terms of, our commitment to doing this. And again, it's possible because of the IRA, the Inflation Reduction Act support that we've received. And so we have these coming 3 years to establish the system. It will enable us to provide, again, that information for decisions, and it can be early warnings of extreme events, for example, like I said, on shorter timescales. And again, everything in between all the way to the longer timescale. So we can do the seasonal, annual, and hopefully decadal projections, again, constantly revisited and worked on as we're going, which in turn will allow us to do the scenario planning like we're talking about now. So you would have not just something might happen, but also hopefully a likelihood of something happening, which will then in turn allow you to evolve your best management and adaptation strategies. So I think I kind of covered this part. You know, it's basically saying how we're going to do it. So why don't I just jump this one and go to a slide that Diana had in there. And it's one that I think, you know, how we implement this in this region and perhaps in other regions, and you know, borrowed this slide from Kirsten. You know, it's one that I think you've probably seen before. It's one that's familiar. It's a little bit overwhelming when you look at it at first, but you know, if you look at it, you know, if you start at the top and you say, it starts with the partnerships and understanding what do we need to know and how do we convey that information, right? And so if you go on the left side and you say, what do we need to know? Well, we need to know what possible scenarios might be out there. You know, how is that going to affect our ecosystems? Why do we need to do that? Then you look on the right and you say, well, that's going to in turn tell us, you know, what kind of fishing or harvest scenarios there might be that are now climate informed. So how do I need to do that? And then you can dig a little bit deeper and say, well, it's okay to have all that information about climate and ecosystems, but what I really need is perhaps the distribution of the fish or the carrying capacity or so on and so forth. And that then in turn goes to the right side and it says, well, that translates into catch and so on and so forth. And then you can establish, you know, some risk assessments and so on. And then that comes back down at the bottom, you know, where again, the planning and the decisions are made. So it's a system that, you know, largely has been developed in this region, and the partnerships here on the right here, the icons on the right, you know, just say how many people and how many groups have been involved in developing this. And so I think the next, and so this would then allow to, again, these are examples that I borrowed from here, and it's echoing again, there will be issues that have to be, you know, questions that have to be dealt with on very short timescales. You know, the idea of if there's going to be a crash and finding out, well, was it climate or was it something else? Even being able to disentangle whether it was climate or something else, this whole idea of attribution there in the top left is an important one, because if it is climate, then that will give you a different approach than if it's something else. And so I think even that information is something that is helpful, that will be helpful to management. I think the shifting, just again, these are examples that are all familiar to you. We know that the shifting distributions here are unprecedented. I mean, when you look at 1,000-kilometer shifts in a matter of a couple of years is something that we haven't seen, and is something that we need to be ready for, not just in terms of how do we manage it, but how do we sample it. So the whole idea of how do we redesign our surveys in anticipation of events like this is something that, again, in the topic of exposure, vulnerability, and resilience, we need to make sure that we understand that exposure so that we can accommodate, you know, whatever surveys and such might be. And then the last picture is, of course, it's not just about individual species, it's a whole ecosystem that's connected all the way to the socio-ecological, to the human side. So in summary, it is a significant cross-NOAA effort that we're taking on, but it's one that we have to take on. It's one that we have to provide this climate-informed advice. It's something that is necessary in terms of where we're going so that decisions can be made better. It is right now, again, with support from the IRA, the Inflation Reduction Act, we have $40 million across 3 line offices, Fisheries, OAR, and NOS, so Oceanic Atmospheric Research and National Service, to establish these in different regions. Each region will establish things differently. So what happens here in Alaska will be different from what happens, say, in the Southeast or the Pacific Islands, but there'll be commonalities in terms of approaches and questions that we'll be looking at. And of course, you know, I just want to say that this region here, the Alaska region, of course, has been one of the leads, if not the leader, in terms of how we do it. So this workshop builds on an enormous amount of information and knowledge in terms of how we go forward. And I think a lot of folks will be looking to see what happens from this workshop as we build on the knowledge that comes out of here. So I think that was it. And with that, thank you very much. Thanks for the opportunity. Thanks.
Thank you. We have a few minutes for questions. Yes, and we have several, so hang on just a second.
Anybody but Anne. I don't want Anne.
Thank you, Cisco.
Thanks.
Is it on? Heather McCarty.
Oh, good
Nice
you
to
again.
see you.
Yeah.
What strikes me is that you and NOAA and NIMS are doing a marvelous job of developing a predictive capacity, which I think is a good step. What I see here and what many of us have noted recently in the process in the North Pacific that we're going through now is that sort of the last bullets, the last step on the chain of events is often getting this information to decision makers. And in the case of our management system, those decision makers include the council, the councils in every region. Has there been effort at the NMFS level to talk about the management process that we have in place, which is long? As we all know, amendments to FMPs take anywhere from 2 to 5, 6 years. We've had some examples recently of really long processes, particularly having to do with bycatch issues. If we don't have the ability to move more quickly, particularly in some of the examples that you gave, how is the information that you're going to provide going to be effectively used to prevent all the bad things that happen when climate changes? I'm not going to go through all those, but that's the question.
Yeah. Thank you. It is the question. So I think, you're asking the question you all probably know Sam Rauch, who's my counterpart on the regulatory side, and Sam and I have offices right next to each other, and I go into his office and say, how are we going to do exactly your question? And I think that's the hard question, and the next question that we need to tackle. And in some ways, it might even be harder than all of this, the system that we're setting up here, is how to make that information so that, if there is an urgency, if there is something that has to happen more quickly, we can provide it with the certainty needed so that those decisions can be, I'll say, accelerated or, moved at a different rate, so that those decisions are not made after the fact, when after something happened. I think it's fair, though, that as we're going into this new way of how we're managing, how we're providing advice, that there needs to be a time of calibration, if you will, of understanding how this information that we're providing, that something will change, and the uncertainties. And by that, again, I do not want to say that we're saying we don't know what's going to happen. We will provide something that says something is happening with likelihoods of outcome. How that's actually going to be incorporated in the management framework under the current statutes and regulations, I think is, I would say, probably the next hard question that we need to take on. And perhaps it would be a follow-on workshop somewhere, and in terms of what do we need to do to make it happen. So I'm echoing what you're saying. It is a hard question, but the point here is, because things are changing, because there's so much variability, we need to find a way that we can provide information that can be used in a quantitative way to make some really hard decisions. And I think that's not easy. I didn't answer your question too much, other than I totally agree that this is what we need to take on. Thanks.
One more question. We're going to take a question online from Jim Iannelli. Can we unmute him?
Yeah, hi, can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you.
Great, thanks, Cisco. Great talk. I love all the activity, but I'm really sorry.
You're still on.
Oh, sorry, I got some feedback. Yeah, just curious where data collection fits in with some of these activities, because here in Alaska, we see reduced ability to do our surveys, and just that in terms of a priority of some of this work, I don't think we'll be able to establish some of the hope for connections without even more data collection than we had historically. Thanks.
Yeah. So the question on data collection is it's hugely important, because we're going into basically a new ocean, right? We're going into an ocean that we haven't worked with. One that certainly, I keep telling everybody, when I was in graduate school, we didn't talk about marine heat waves, we didn't talk about deoxygenation, we didn't talk about acidification, and these things are the things that are driving us these days. So understanding all of that new ocean and how everything works, understanding, particularly if you look at models and begin to look forward into how are the organisms and the populations that therefore going to respond to the new temperature ranges, feeding environments, and so on, is something that we have to do. We can't, we should not be using things that were developed in the 70s and 80s to understand something that's going to be happening in the 30s and 40s, because we can't extrapolate that way. So we need, it's a part of the IRA is investing in terms of how do we collect data differently, taking advantage of new technologies, you know, whether it's environmental DNA, whether it's optical approaches, even artificial intelligence in terms of how to interpret this data, is something that we will have to do. And even to the point of how do we use our surveys might be different in terms of some of the work might be able to be done in laboratories, but I think how do we actually collect the data to say, for example, and I'll just use the example of the snow crab, of what would happen if you actually had a dedicated field effort to understand, you know, what happened, you know, and you know, leading up to this, to the response of the snow crab to the changes in feeding environment and temperature. So I think it's going to be a combination of taking advantage of these new approaches. Again, you know, the CEFI and other things might give us a sense of where we're going, and so therefore define what experiments or what observations we need to take. But it does call for a, I'm not going to say a reset, but it does call for a revisiting of how we collect data, not just more data, but perhaps even more targeted based on the information that we know we might need in order to take on, you know, the changing conditions. So thanks, Jim, for the question. It's an important one, and it's one that, you know, we need to do. We need to take on, and we need to define what that new data collection, data acquisition enterprise is going to be to be able to move forward. So thanks, Jim.
Thank you. We had a few more hands. We have time for maybe one more question over
there. There's some.
Sorry. Hard to see everybody in the room. Let's go over here.
Thank you. I just, in your sort of list you went through of new ways of collecting data, I didn't hear you mentioned co-generation of information. So gathering data from indigenous stakeholders, from people in communities, from the fleets. But it seems to me that that is an opportunity to gather data. You have a lot of willing partners in providing that information. We're out on the water all the time. We're in the communities.
Yeah.
And if that's also a way of adding to the data richness, especially in a time of shrinking resources to fund surveys that you are thinking about incorporating.
Yeah, no, thanks for pointing that out. Absolutely. I mean, the whole aspect of the data collection being truly holistic, right? In terms of whether it's cooperative research, whether it's working with the communities, the local communities and such, all of that is going to be part of how we need to redefine and re-quantify, if you will, what we're looking at. So yes, yeah, I didn't include it in my initial answer, but absolutely. And I think it's going to be, it's not just going to be nice, it's going to be necessary for us to do it that way. So agreed. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Dr. Werner, for being here and your willingness to answer lots of questions. We really appreciate it.
Thanks very much. Thank you.
Okay, and for our last talk, we're going to hear from Marisha Simkowiak, and she's presenting remotely, so we're going to give her just a second to screen share and go ahead and get started. So Marisha, when you're ready.
It looks like you guys have to enable screen sharing. It says I can't do it while the other participant is sharing. Okay.
You should be able to go ahead and share now.
Yeah, I'm getting there. Sorry. Are you seeing my slide, my first slide?
Yep, we can see you and hear you. Go ahead.
Okay. All right. So hi, everyone. My name is Marisha Simkowiak. I'm a research social scientist with the Alaska Fisheries Science Center. And I'm going to speak about some work we've been doing with Gulf of Alaska fishing communities over the last couple of years around the changes folks are seeing in their ecosystem, the responses that they're utilizing, and what is needed for long-term resilience. So I don't think it's, you know, really news that fishermen are on the front lines of climate change. It's already obviously affecting fishermen in the region. The graphic here on the right is just intended to give you sort of a snapshot of some of the prominent changes that fishermen are describing throughout the Gulf of Alaska region. But it's really not intended to give you a sort of a focus on a single stressor, but really intended to give you an idea of how ecosystems are changing, and the impacts of those changes are not just sort of in a vacuum, right? They're intersecting with underlying vulnerabilities. They're building on cumulative impacts from various types of social and economic vulnerabilities. The ecosystem changes themselves are compounding, and they are cascading. And fundamentally, what is really happening in the region is that we have this sort of shift of baselines around what a healthy stock looks like, what a healthy fish even looks like as fish are decreasing in size, and really the fundamental economic and social opportunities associated with fisheries. And it's not just about livelihood, right? We have mental shifts in well-being associated with fishing. We have fishermen going out into worse weather to make up for revenue declines. We have increasing mental health and stress issues associated with that, you know, idea that Dr. Werner was describing around the predictability in the system, right? These people rely on the predictability of the system, or at least, you know, some variability within given bounds, right? And as that shifts, there's increasing stress around, you know, can I make a living out of this? Can I pass my fishing business on to my sons and daughters? And then fundamental shifts around the social relationships of fishing, and declining social relationships around fishing. And those are just some of the ways in which well-being is being impacted. So as a social scientist, I think about adaptation as not sort of a singular thing. It really kind of happens on the spectrum. And this graphic is intended to give you sort of examples of how we might think about this sort of spectrum adaptation. So on the left-hand side, you have this sort of more short-term perspective, a limited and reactive change that's occurring. And on the right-hand side, you're really sort of trying to increase flexibility in your system. You're becoming more proactive in the way in which you're invoking change. Transformation is really sort of something that we want to see more of, right? It's this systemic change. I'll dig into that more in a follow-on slide, but largely based on the research, and this is coming out of the GOA Climb, that acronym that I think has been posted a couple of times in slides. I think we're largely here sort of on this left-hand side of the spectrum, with some adaptive adaptation coming into it for fishermen in terms of trying to increase flexibility for themselves and their fishing communities. But we have very little in terms of truly transformative change happening. So the conversations with fishermen then did this over a couple years and included over 100 fishing participants in the Gulf of Alaska region. And so then we dig into, so what are sort of these barriers to this more right-hand side adaptation? And it's what I would call some of the usual suspects are showing up here in the middle. It's around some of the ways in which we've kind of managed ourselves into boxes around increasing cost of participation, the way that limits diversification, the graying of the fleet, which has been well studied in the region, increasing indebtedness, And then there's issues around attribution, right, which Dr. Werner mentioned again, and that's really our capacity, fishermen's capacity to take these ecosystem observations and say, okay, this is actually climate change, and therefore I need sort of a longer term planning horizon. And a lot of the discourse around the Gulf of Alaska region is really in that disconnect between what science is producing and then what science is communicating to fishermen and fishing communities in the region around what is really climate change and what's being attributed to climate change, and what do we know in terms of forecasting things around climate change. There's a true sort of disconnect there. And then this infrastructure box, which is really around not just sort of physical infrastructure, but human capital as well. As we have, decreasing folks who know how to do things with their hands. We have fewer support services. In some of our communities, we're seeing our working waterfront shifting to other industries like tourism. So, and sort of realizing that we're not having much planning for climate change happening with it for fishermen, we looked at, okay, is there sort of climate planning happening at a different level for our commercial fishing economies in the Gulf of Alaska region? And if you don't read anything else on this slide, the answer to that is basically no. There's very limited climate planning happening in general at community levels. The tribal governments are truly leading in this. So we do have more and more tribal climate adaptation plans that are emerging. And those focus largely on the natural resources that their tribal citizens depend upon. And there's synergies to be built with these plans when you sort of talk about adapting for the commercial fishing economies. And we looked at a number of different sort of mandated community planning documents in the region to see, is climate for fisheries happening at sort of different levels? And essentially, no, it's not. Okay, and so then we would end these workshops with discussions about, okay, so what do you need as fishermen and fishing communities in the Gulf of Alaska region to have resilience in the future? And the intent here is not really for you to be able to go through all of these yellow boxes and sort of take them in. To understand that I think fundamentally fishermen and fishing communities are really truly ready to build resilience for themselves. They have multifaceted ideas about how to get there. Those touch across scientific research, fisheries management, national policies, local initiatives, broader socio-cultural changes. And it's really around collaboration, planning, funding, values, especially in terms of scientific research and integration into fisheries management. But this is really just intended, if you could sort of picture each of these yellow boxes that has a number of offshoot other boxes. There's truly a lot of sort of resilience ideas in the region. So in sort of taking that idea that there is this, foundational readiness to plan for resilience in the region, we put in a proposal for a follow-on project. And this is a project with Linda Benkin, Katrina Hoffman, Teresa Peterson as PIs with myself, and taking three very diversified and very different fishing communities in the Gulf of Alaska region, so Sitka, Cordova, and Kodiak, and going through, we've sort of initiated in the last couple months a formal adaptation planning process for the commercial fishing economies of these communities. So really trying to take those resilience ideas and kind of take a step back and go, okay, what are some of these sort of multifaceted vulnerabilities? How do they intersect with these resilience ideas? And can we come up with sort of an implementation scheme across different partners, across different planning horizons, different funding mechanisms to really take those resilience ideas and kind of try to move them forward? So this graphic on the left just gives you an idea of what that sort of process looks like, right? And we're really in this sort of that first to second box of assessing vulnerability in the region. And what we're doing is we're not just focusing on sort of natural capital, so the impacts of climate change on natural resources, or physical capital in terms of, you know, sea level rise or coastal erosion or landslides and mudslides in the Gulf of Alaska region. But we're really trying to move about, okay, so what are, you know, the sort of second order impacts on your access to financial capitals as fisheries become more volatility, as a way of sort of thinking about, okay, do you need some sort of risk sharing arrangement as fisheries become more volatile? Do we need to sort of think about different types of, you know, insurance or loan structures? How does that affect the social fabric of your community, right? That's something we already talked about in terms of this sort of undermined social cohesion around fishing, and how do you sort of ensure that that doesn't continue to deteriorate? What about the human capital? How does that sort of intersect with innovation that we might need in our communities around energy independence or value-added processing, and so on? And then political capital, right? And the intersection of that with access to lawmakers and the ability to truly sort of invoke the change that you need to see, and the agency that you have over that change. So this is just a sort of snapshot graphic of what that sort of vulnerability process ends up looking like. And this is a very diluted set of stickies in terms of what we talk about around vulnerabilities, but it's intended to give you a sort of snapshot of, okay, what does that look like when you sort of move outside of just thinking about impacts on natural capital and physical capital, right? It's around, say, the intersection of commercial fishing and food sharing networks in our communities, and how those are being deteriorated as we have fewer commercial participants, and their sort of well-being is being undermined. You can see things here that are intersecting with some of the things, you know, other people have presented on in terms of the reactive or sort of lagged management, the complexity in our scientific processes, the revenue, not just downturns, right, but the increasing volatility around that. And so it's really just intended to give you an idea of where these things are sort of situated in terms of community level vulnerabilities. So, but we don't want to just sit there, right, in sort of this red sticky diaspora. We want to move to sort of thinking about, okay, so sort of how do we move forward, right? Understanding that there are these multifaceted vulnerabilities associated with not just climate change, but underlying vulnerabilities. And so what we're sort of this next stage of our process is going to take what are these gray, you know, sort of arrow boxes of vulnerabilities, and we're syncing those up with values and visions for our fishing communities, right? Our communities want to retain a commercial fishing identity. A lot of what we talk about now is also around energy independence, sort of a climate mitigation strategy, but also in response to sort of worldwide volatility. And then economic diversity for fishermen and for our fishing communities. And again, this is really just intended to be a snapshot of how we take these green sort of values and visions, we sync those up with vulnerabilities, and we think about adaptation strategies around those. And then I wanted to get back to this sort of level of idea of how we sort of need to think across the spectrum of adaptation, right? So as social scientists, we're thinking about resilience as really the capacity across the spectrum, right? So it is the capacity to persist. And so an adaptation strategy there might be sort of improvements in our disaster relief processes at NOAA as we continue to see fisheries volatility, right? But it is also the increasing need for adaptability or increasing flexibility in the system. And that might be something like integrating fisheries and seafood into our USDA programs. And then it also really needs to be about this transformation, right? So transformation sits on this sort of three-legged stool, being values-based. So you're addressing systemic equity, justice issues. It is around a deliberative and empowered process, and it is about using a systems level approach, right? So you're accounting for those cascades. You're thinking about those those compounding impacts, right? And that might be something which I think is, you know, what this sort of two-day workshop might be trying to get towards, is really moving towards more equity, accessibility, and diversification in both our fisheries science and our management system. So in summary, we're really in the Gulf of Alaska already, fishermen are already being impacted by climate change in an adverse way. It's building on systemic issues, which I really didn't get into, but I'm sure you have a wide audience that can sort of dig into that with you there. Adaptation is happening sort of ad hoc, but resilience ideas for our commercial fishing communities are diverse. There are many of them, and we really need to be sort of bridging between those ideas and thinking about implementation, right? So that is a project with Linda, Teresa, Katrina, many other co-PIs and collaborators, where we are really increasingly focusing on how do we sort of bridge those resilience ideas with implementation for our fishing communities. So we're using this implementation research approach to understand how do you provide the science to facilitate adaptation and transformation in our fishing communities. And there's a link there to the project at the end. So that's all I had. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Marisha. We have a few minutes for questions, and as you pointed out, several of your collaborators and co-PIs are with us today, so I'd like to invite any of you who'd like to add your thoughts to raise your hand and do so. I guess while we're waiting for any questions, Marisha, would you mind going back a couple slides? You had a slide on how GOA communities talk about resilience about halfway through your slide, and I was hoping to ask you a question about that.
Oh, sure. Sorry, this is it doesn't work well backwards. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's the one. So I wanted to ask you about this slide because we're mostly talking in this workshop about this fisheries management piece kind of on the bottom left side. And I was curious how you think that we in the council process should be thinking about the rest of this conversation. Is it important for us just to be aware that these other facets of the conversation are going on? Because we're thinking again mostly about this fisheries management piece, knowing that these other discussions are happening at the community level. So I guess to what extent do you think it's important for people in the council process to understand and be aware of these parallel conversations?
Yeah, I mean, I think we're getting there, right? In terms of bridging these conversations. I think there is a real necessity to be thinking about systems and how they sort of sync up for broader community resilience. So I sort of increasingly think about these kinds of pillars for our Gulf of Alaska communities that are around seafood. You know, for some of our communities, they're really around sort of state hatcheries. They're increasingly around energy, around transportation, around education, right? And so all of those pieces really do fit together. And I do think we need an awareness of how they sort of sync up. But I also, you know, appreciated Diana Evans' comment, you know, that was truly honest about we might not really know the system that we built, whether it really is resilient to climate change. And I would say, as a social scientist, and what I hear from community members and fishermen is that that honesty sort of sits well, right? I think we're all grappling at very different levels as scientists and as just humans about how do we deal with climate change. And I think that should be the basis of this this conversation. We're all sort of sitting in this existential crisis together, maybe in different ways, but very much together. So.
Thank you. If anybody has other questions, go ahead and raise your hands. And Marisha, one more question for you, and then I'll turn to some audience questions. On the scientific kind of arm of this diagram, you mentioned things like clarity and accessibility of information. Do you think these are responsibilities of NOAA Fisheries, or are people talking about information that comes out of the council process? I guess, where were the people you spoke with looking for more clear and accessible information about what's happening in ecosystems?
Yeah, I think it's both. I think as the system becomes more volatile and you have, sort of rapidly changing regulations and fishery systems in some way, fishermen are having a hard time sort of keeping up with that. And it doesn't all exist in the same place. And there are examples, I think, of that fishermen have really sort of talked about that have worked well in the past to sort of bridge some of these things. There was a document, Benkin is in the room. I know she loved True North from a while back. Folks really like the ESR majors, but there's still sort of a need for NOAA Fisheries to provide also more kind of show up in our fishing communities and provide more localized information to the extent that we have it, and more information around the fisheries that those communities rely on, right? I think a lot of times our communication focuses on the council process, right, for good reason, but then there is that disconnect for fishermen and fishing communities, and it doesn't necessarily sort of flow down to them. And I think we need to sync up and work together to figure out a way to communicate that science more effectively to them.
Thank you. We're going to take an audience question, and then we have a couple of people online.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay? How's this? Okay, thank you. I didn't have a question. I really just wanted to share a comment about the project and some of what we've identified in Kodiak during our initial workshop discussion in March. And that was that clearly we want to stay a resilient fishing community, that we're a place-based community, and the Alutiiq people who have been here for thousands and thousands of years, they want to stay as well, of course. One of my friends kind of said, we're barnacles. We've been here for thousands of years. We're not going anywhere. We need to figure this out within our fishing community of how we need to incorporate all these parts and pieces on this screen. And this screen is, I think, a beautiful example of all the collaborative networking and all the thoughts that we need to go into navigating these changes ahead. And we had kind of attempted to get to the vulnerability assessment aspect of things, but we didn't get there because the group in the room really felt this need to talk and share our experiences and looking back and looking forward and kind of utilize the example that we're finding with the magnitude of a crisis in the seafood industry and how we're feeling so vulnerable in our communities, in our work, and kind of how can we learn from this real short-term experience of how to further plan out in the magnitude of changes and unknown changes coming forward and with climate change. So in a sense, there's a little bit of a benefit to what we're experiencing now is this kind of a flag waving. This is a little snapshot, but there's bigger changes coming. And so we all need to be thinking together of how we work to shift our policies, our management, the research, social economic inputs, all of this to maintain our resiliency. So I just wanted to share those thoughts. And for the Kodiak region, we were always talking about our hub community of Kodiak, but also the 6 villages around the island that are dependent on the strength of the hub community. So I guess in the end, it's it's all of us, it's all of you that are going to help move this forward. So thank you.
All right, that was awful. We have a couple of comments online, so we'll go to Louis Barnett. Can we unmute you? You should be able to go ahead and speak, Louis Barnett.
This is Louis Barnett from the Alaska Fisheries Science Center in Seattle. Thanks, Marija, for this presentation. It's nice to see this slide in particular and think about the complexities that go into defining the resilience of this socio-ecological system. And I guess as sort of a consequence of that, it can be pretty difficult to measure changes in resilience. So I see that as a challenge in this kind of framework if we're going to use that as a measure of our progress. Do you have, depending on how you define resilience, that might be more or less so. Do you have any examples of sort of specific ways that you're quantifying that in this work or other examples? Thank you.
Yeah. Hey, thanks, Louis. I just gave a last week, and it was really around sort of indicators with a whole bunch of social scientists across the Arctic region, and the overall theme really was around our sort of movement away from indicators of things. I think that comes from sort of the focus on indicators might come from a certain discipline, and I think increasingly as we're sort of in this truly different system, I mean, I'm not sure that we want to be really thinking about indicators. And in the social sciences, the indicators that we come up with are frequently a poor metric, right? Of sort of all the things that Teresa just spoke to around, nowhere near touching these, place-based identities and values that go back thousands of years. They do a poor job of even really livelihood, frankly, because we don't even have cost data, right? So the sort of thinking around, well, how do you sort of measure this? I guess personally, and I'd be happy to sort of start a conversation always around these sort of scientific questions, but and hear from other people in the room. But I don't think we're anywhere near sort of thinking about that. And we have our regular, reports, and you can see the declining participation in our communities, right, already, especially in the Gulf of Alaska. I mean, we see this sort of stepwise decrease, right, that's been happening, especially in the last 10 years following the blob. We're sort of hitting new baselines every time. And so, that might be one sort of indicator of what's happening, but I don't think you can sort of ground things like we're living on a knife's edge, which I heard from someone who I know is in the room right now. How do you sort of ground that in some sort of indicator? And then one other thing I will say about that is, maybe you can track things around implementation stuff as you're sort of implementing resilience ideas, and that there is sort of a good, scientific basis literature around the process, right? Indicators for the process, but that we really want to be thinking about indicators for resilience for the many reasons you also listed, Louis. It's yeah, anyway.
All right, thank you very much, Marisha. We're going to take a 15-minute break now. Before we go, I just want to thank all 4 of our speakers for sharing your time and experience with us here today. Very much appreciated. All right, we're going to reconvene at 10:45, and if you're logged in on Zoom, please stay in the same meeting room. All right, well, thanks everybody and welcome back. Our next session is going to include a series of short case studies. We know that as a council community, you're already experiencing the disruption caused by climate change, and these have been challenging experiences with very real impacts to fisheries and communities and people. And it's important to learn from these experiences and reflect back on what information was available, how we responded, and what sorts of lessons learned can guide us in the future. So most of you will be pretty familiar with these examples, but it's also a chance for us to take a fresh perspective at this workshop and ask ourselves, what did we learn from these experiences that can help us prepare for a future with even greater uncertainty? So we've invited 4 speakers to share short examples of about 10 minutes each. We're going to hear from Dr. Mike Litzow about Gulf of Alaska Pacific cod. Erin Fedewa will talk about Eastern Bering Sea snow crab. Dr. Ebett Siddon will talk about changes in the Northern Bering Sea. And Dr. Dana Hanselman will wrap up by talking about sablefish recruitment. The way we're going to structure this is these talks will be about 8 to 10 minutes each, so we'll pause for some clarifying questions. And then at the end, we'll have some chance for a discussion as a community to talk about what we've learned from these experiences that can help us as we head into our breakouts this afternoon. So with that, I'll hand it over to Dr. Mike Litzow to get us started. You can advance your slides and your notes.
Thanks, Katie. Well, good morning, everyone. So I'm going to kick off the case studies with this example that's, how to put it, it's close to home here. You know, this is an event, the Pacific cod collapse had really big consequences for people here in Kodiak. Caveat at the outset, I was involved in this event as a biologist, and I'm familiar with the biology side, but I wasn't involved in the management side and the management decisions that were made around this collapse. So if I get anything wrong, maybe that'll be grist for conversation later. So what happened? The simplest explanation is it just got warmer in the Gulf of Alaska between 2014 and 2019 than we'd ever seen before, like considerably warmer. And not only was it incredibly warm for those years, it was also at sort of a level of warmth that we now understand you can't get in the pre-industrial ocean. Some colleagues and I ran an attribution study and came up with this estimate that those individual years, those individual temperatures were 20 to 100 times more likely to occur because of human-caused climate change than compared to the pre-industrial ocean. And when you look at that entire string of years, it's hundreds of times more likely due to our activities. So it's clear evidence that this is a human-caused event that's affecting our fisheries. And that unprecedented warming had really rapid and fairly catastrophic consequences for the ecosystem that are familiar to a lot of people in the room. So we had the largest seabird die-off ever documented in the Gulf of Alaska, one of the largest ever documented in the world. We had mass mortality of large whales in the Gulf of Alaska. And we saw ecosystem consequences that had immediate impacts on Pacific cod. So we have this incredible luxury as fishery scientists in Alaska of working in data-rich systems. So we have time series on non-commercially important components of the ecosystem like euphausids, like copepods, and we have the data that could show that the quality and abundance of food for cod was changing directly as a consequence of that warming event. And then because we have such great fisheries data, we can also see the impact directly on cod. So this is a time series of the relative size for weight of cod in the commercial fishery going back to the, looks like the 1990s there in the distance. Yeah, the 1990s. And you can see Steve Barbeau, who I've got a lot of these slides from, highlighted the 2016 year where we saw the lowest condition for Pacific cod that we've seen in that time series. So wrapping it up in terms of what happened, we got this warming event and we had the data and the understanding of the system to tie it directly to cod. I didn't go into all the details just to stay brief, but cod egg survival is also very temperature dependent. So we saw very low recruitment during these warm years. We saw high metabolic needs for cod because of the warm temperatures, poor forage availability, high mortality, and then the collapse. And the collapse is really illustrated in these 3 figures. So in the bottom left, the stock assessment estimate of recruitment collapsed in 2014 and it hasn't rebounded since. Total biomass as estimated by the stock assessment collapsed beginning in 2015. And that timing becomes important for the next part of this case study. and hasn't recovered. And then catch in the fishery also collapsed and still hasn't recovered. So that's what happened. But one really important thing I think to take away about this what happened perspective is that it's all in hindsight. Like ecologists and fishery scientists, we're great at looking back at data and saying, oh yeah, this hypothesis is supported, this one isn't. These are the linkages, this is what happened. But at the time that this was happening, that wasn't apparent. So next part of this case study, what information was available and what was the response? And really the response in terms of like the coupled human ecological system that is our fisheries, the response happened in the commercial fishery first. So the bottom panel is the proportion of the federal TAC, the total allowable catch that's taken by the federal and state fisheries in the Gulf. And you can see beginning in 2015, there's this plummet where the fishery wasn't able to catch, the fleet wasn't able to catch the TAC. But at the same time in the top panel, the TAC stays pretty constant. Right, the management system wasn't responding. It was the fishery that couldn't handle the new conditions. And why did that happen? That just happened because we didn't, in that real time frame, we didn't have the information that we needed to understand what was happening to this stock. Right, so Steve Barbeau really makes the point really well in his stock assessment documents. First of all, the bottom trawl survey in the Gulf is every other year. So you have that low information availability of every other year surveys. And then that survey provides a really noisy estimate of cod abundance. There's a lot of random variability. And so the model that we use to incorporate all the data on the stock needs to see observations repeatedly before we know that something's really changed. And so it's illustrated here with these color time series are the estimate of spawning stock biomass for every assessment from 2014 through 2018. The dark line is 2014, just before the collapse, everything looks fine. The next darker line is 2015. We don't detect the collapse. The sort of darkest green line is 2016. We think things are going fine. It's only in the 2017 assessment in the green that we realize that the stock's been collapsing for 2 years. And then that's confirmed in the 2018 assessment in the yellow line. So there's this built-in lag where our system can't appreciate what's going on. In 2017, we finally did appreciate what was going on. And there was this response where our assessment model didn't work because our assessment model, like most of these assessment models, assumes constant mortality, non-fishing mortality over time. And that's a liberating assumption because it allows us to model populations much more easily if we make that assumption. And typically it's been a reasonable assumption to make, but you get to situations like this and it doesn't work. And so the author had to actually go in and manually change mortality estimates for 2 years, which we hate to do in our system. But he got buy-in from the scientific review process. That's part of the council process to make that change. So that was seen as a real victory where our understanding supported that change, but we did have that 2-year lag. So in terms of lessons and questions that I'd pose from this case study, first of all, we don't have to look forward to human caused changes or impacts to our fisheries. They're in the past now, and they're part of our present. And the nature of the information we have means that there's going to be a lag in our scientific ability to even understand when big changes are happening in these populations. And we don't want to chase every little blip in a population. We can be too responsive too. So there's a real balance to strike there. Another idea that I think is important here is that old ecological understanding can suddenly become unimportant. Always used to be that warm conditions were good for Gulf of Alaska cod until we got too warm, and that was no longer true. Some of those standard assumptions like constant natural mortality, like sustained yield that have served us so well in the past don't work in these situations. I think there's wide recognition of that, but how we move to the next step is difficult to figure out. And just one final sort of more concrete ideas, maybe in the future in a situation like this where fisheries are performing really poorly, that's an indicator we should pay attention to. So I think we're pausing for questions. Is that right?
We'll pause just very briefly if there are any questions. And we will have time for discussion after this, so let's try to limit our questions to information that was in these presentations.
Hi, Mike. So the one piece of this is, can you hear me now?
I can repeat the question too.
Okay. So what I guess my question is, and it's focused on this is the negative side of climate change, where I think you could basically go to this flip side where a fish is doing super well and the assessment process isn't keeping up. And so you're having things happening in the ecosystem that the fishery is trying to react to. Example would be sablefish and incidental catch in the trawl fisheries. We're starting to see signals in Gulf cod now that say the assessment is behind, the surveys and there's a lot more. You should try go sports right now. You cannot get away from the cod. So I guess I would ask you to kind of reframe. We have to think about climate change in terms of stocks that do really well and stocks that do really poorly, and how do you build the bridge for both?
Yeah. Oops. Well, it's loud. Thanks, Julie. So the first question, just to rephrase, is how do we also account for stocks that are booming in a situation because of climate change, in a situation where our management can't keep up? It's a really important point. I think we see that with Bristol Bay sockeye is another classic example right now. And I think the difficulty there is we don't have good ecosystem models. Cisco is talking, I shouldn't say, sorry to the ecosystem modelers out there. We don't have ecosystem models that are necessarily going to give us out of sample predictions that we can hang our hat on. And so that's why we're working to develop that capacity. So there's going to be another critical threshold for sablefish. There's going to be another critical threshold for Gulf, or rather for Bristol Bay reds, where it gets too warm for them. We don't know where that is. So I think it's more difficult to deal with in a projection sense than a negative outcome. And then Julie also raised the point that the assessment model might be behind now because fishermen are seeing so many cod. And I almost dropped that into this talk because I've been hearing for like the last 4 years in this town, there's so many cod around, and I do not disbelieve it. It might be another situation where our assessment is lagging what's going on.
Thanks very much. Next, we'll hear from Erin Fedewa.
Morning, everyone. My name is Erin Fedewa. I'm based here at the Kodiak Lab, and I just wanted to quickly acknowledge a couple contributors that were very helpful in pulling together this talk, with special thanks to Cody Schwalski, who's our Bering Sea snow crab stock assessment author. So first off, what happened? It makes the most sense to me to start this story back in 2018. This plot on the right, you'll see shown in a few more slides. This is showing snow crab population abundance estimates from our Eastern Bering Sea bottom trawl survey. And as I advance this, this plot in future slides, I'll add the consecutive year that I'm referencing. So keep that in mind. And as you can see, in 2018, we saw record high recruitment in this stock. So we saw the largest pseudo cohort on record in the Eastern Bering Sea. Things were looking really good. There were a lot of snow crab. We also know that sort of behind the scenes in the Eastern Bering Sea was the start of a marine heat wave. Sea ice was the lowest on record. We saw a reduced, almost non-existent cold pool in the Eastern Bering Sea, and bottom temperatures were well above average. So 2019, again, I've added that next year to this plot of snow crab abundance. You can see right away that the big sort of initial red flag was that 2018 cohort did not materialize like we'd expected. That large pseudo cohort was reduced by almost half compared to the estimates that we saw in 2018. Alongside of this, we have this marine heat wave that's continuing to intensify in the Bering Sea. And looking back at things, these really were the two red flags in the system. This fairly dramatic drop in our survey abundance was probably an initial sort of not only red flag, but maybe an early warning sign of the collapse that was about to come. Of course, in 2020, we all know what happened, a pandemic, COVID-19, and because of that, our bottom trawl survey was canceled. This was a huge impact to the assessment process because now, without that population abundance estimate, there was substantial uncertainty in the status of this stock that we'd seen declining the year prior. So this plot on the right is actually showing the mature male biomass estimates from the 2020 snow crab stock assessment. And you can see that point up there circled. The assessment was actually predicting a fairly substantial increase in mature male biomass. And this is because we saw that large pseudo cohort in 2018. 2 years later, those crab had entered the fishable portion of the population. So our model was suggesting that there were lots of mature males in the system to be able to fish. Because of that, there was a large increase in the OFL and the ABC, and the total allowable catch increased by 32% in 2020. So I think many of you know what happened next. In 2021, the bottom trawl survey documented the lowest time series estimates of snow crab abundance. And the important thing to note here is this was not just one portion of the population. This was the entire population-wide collapse across all size classes. We saw dramatic declines in this population. Because there was such a dramatic reduction in abundance of mature male biomass, the resulting consequence for management was a dramatic cut in the total allowable catch in 2020. So the fishery was open, but we saw that 88% reduction. And I wanted to sort of step back, so maybe actually step forward, I should say. Sort of the state of science after this collapse happened was a scramble, scientists and fisheries managers, to ask what was the cause of this collapse. And I wanted to quickly highlight the results from 4 studies that have either been published or in progress. And really, all 4 of these studies have linked this snow crab population collapse to the heat wave event that we observed in the Bering Sea. So this was essentially a large-scale mass mortality event that was driven by climate. And quickly, sort of the settled-on hypothesis for the mechanism for mortality has been these increased caloric requirements of snow crab as temperatures ramp up, decreased spatial extent of the stock, and then declines in body condition, which suggests that starvation may have played a role in the collapse. And I'd just also like to quickly note that most of the studies that have sort of been reactive to this collapse have highlighted the fact that snow crab are both stenothermic and ice associated. So the assumption or the expectation is that as we continue to lose these Arctic conditions in the Eastern Bering Sea, that snow crab productivity will also decline. So as sea ice declines, so do snow crab. And then what did the response look like after this collapse? So 2022, the survey documented continued declines in mature male biomass of the stock. As a result, the 2022 to 2023 snow crab fishery was closed for the first time in history, and the stock was declared overfished because it was at 33% of BMSY. And then sort of a more reactive response to this collapse was the development of the snow crab ecosystem and socioeconomic profile. And the intent of that document was to compile indicators that could potentially give some insight into the what actually happened to this collapse. And interestingly enough, the ESP actually noted many concerning trends and indicators in 2019 leading up to that collapse. In 2023, again, the snow crab fishery was closed. And since then, We've seen new recruits in the survey, but it's important to acknowledge that these crab are several years out from fishable size. So while the potential for recruitment or rebuilding outlook for the stock looks potentially promising, noting that the outlook for the fishery does not look promising. These fishermen are potentially experiencing several more years of fishery closures. I think that's very important to acknowledge. And then on that note, I wanted to, of course, acknowledge the severe hardships encountered by harvesters, processors, and crab-dependent communities, which of course was a major response of the collapse and fishery closures. And I'm highlighting here the fact that not only snow crab fishery closures, but Bristol Bay red king crab fishery closures have in effect magnified these economic impacts. So you can see that combined closures or reductions in tax of both of these sort of what we call the big three crab fisheries have resulted in almost $500 million in ex-vessel revenue loss. So this is a huge, huge hit. And I'd just also like to emphasize that the snow crab fishery supports 6 processing plants. So this is not only, direct, but revenue for those communities, and then also processing sector. And then sort of the third bullet point there, acknowledging the lack of timely disaster response, which we've also heard this morning. And I think that's important to acknowledge that a lot of our small scale harvesters, small businesses, and smaller communities are those first impacted by that lack of timely disaster response. And then I'm sorry, I know this is a lot of text, but I think this is sort of the bread and butter of this talk, is stepping back and asking, what are the lessons learned? And I'd like to thank many people for contributing to this. I think first and foremost, that first point, acknowledging that snow crab is a prime example for how quickly the outlook of a population can change. So even our well-managed populations can collapse. Number 2, I think it's important to acknowledge that as we see this loss of Arctic conditions in the Eastern Bering Sea, it's important for stakeholders to anticipate these changes and begin to think about the potential effects of these traditional fishing grounds as these stocks potentially move north. I think we've heard this from many of our panelists this morning, that it's difficult to use projections that are based on historical assumptions when the Eastern Bering Sea in the future will likely not resemble what we've seen in the past. Number 4, I don't think anyone would argue with me here in saying that surveys are the most important tool we have to effectively manage this stock. So it's important. I think 2020 was maybe a great example of what happens when we don't have a survey. And the results were pretty clear in terms of dramatic levels of uncertainty of stock status. I also think it's important to pay attention to our survey. In 2019, we had a pretty clear signal that maybe got overlooked, that large cohort didn't materialize. And I'd also like to prioritize, mention that annual surveys in the Northern Bering Sea will be important for this stock, as those colder conditions in the Northern Bering Sea will be sort of the future of this fishery. Number 5, this is sort of feedback from stakeholders. As we sit down to think about climate planning and sort of these long-term projections, to also acknowledge that we need to think about near-term actions to stabilize fishing fleets, offer opportunities for diversification, and again, that timely disaster assistance. Number 6, don't change reference points. I think this is a big one. So as fisheries managers, it's tempting to adapt to periods of low productivity by shifting our reference points to use more recent years. And that actually counterintuitively results in a double whammy for these climate stress stocks. So by adapting our harvest control rules, we actually can result in higher harvest rates for these stress populations. And then lastly, I think this is really important, and something Cody Schwolski has stressed is that as we think about these climate stress populations, acknowledging that we need management levers. So even if we have predictive capacity, we have to have a way to switch a lever on or off to make these changes. And with that's all I have.
Thanks. Do we have any quick clarifying questions? Really quick.
Okay. Erin, thank you. Heather McCarty, can you give us an example, looking at number 7, of what a management lever would look like?
Great question. And I'm actually hoping that this comes up in some of the panel discussions. So a management lever could potentially, so obviously we have the power to, through management, to close a fishery. You could look at things like habitat protection measures, bycatch reduction acts. So thinking about things that are within the realm of, you know, not only increasing buffers within the OFL or ABC system to add increased uncertainty if we're unsure about a stock that can then directly impact our OFL, ABC, or TAC, but also sort of thinking outside of that in terms of management levers for habitat protection for a stress stock. Things like that. That's sort of what comes to mind to me, but I'm sort of hoping that question is one that comes up in our case studies, because I think it's a really important question to ask.
Thank you, Linda Beck. And Heather actually asked my question, but I'll ask a different one. Do you feel like now you know enough the relationship between warm water and that change in natural mortality that if you saw that coming again, you would modify it in your model? And I'm thinking about cod too. And if you saw it, modified it, would that buffer at all against what we saw happen at, I'm thinking about bull stocks, but I guess for you to answer with crab.
Yeah, we were actually just talking about this before I came up. And I think Mike did a really great job in illustrating this, is that it's difficult, me standing up here as more of a scientist, I don't think any of us understood. Is it back from? I think most of us acknowledge that snow crab are an ice-associated species. Snow crab need cold waters. But we'd never seen, those were such novel conditions that I don't think any of us would have predicted what happened. So I like to think that moving forward, if we see sort of the system set up, similar to in 2019, is there a way to? Oh wait, I think that helped. No. Okay. Is that better? Oh yeah, that is better. Sorry, guys. I lost my train of thought. Oh, we were talking about novel conditions. So I would hope now that we've seen this scenario play out, that fisheries managers and scientists would sort of recognize and see the early red flags of this system and potentially have a clue as to how the stock would respond. That's my personal thought. I don't know if that answered your question. Things to talk about, certainly, because I think that it's difficult until we've seen these conditions to understand how a stock, Pacific cod or snow crab, might respond. And I think that moving forward, we can only hope that we can use these case studies to learn moving forward from what happened and potentially make changes to our management system to become more flexible to adapt to these.
Just the last part of that was if you did change natural mortality, because you now understood this relationship, how would that have buffered the impact, or how would that have changed the impact?
In the assessment, if you would have changed natural mortality? Yes. So, and Mike actually mentioned this, for the snow crab assessment model to basically not crash and burn in 2021, the only way that assessment model could work is to include a period of elevated natural mortality. So that actually was included in the assessment. And I think it's important to continue that thinking instead of thinking about natural mortality as the stationary process, as we see climate stress stocks acknowledging that these changes in climate can have dramatic impacts on natural mortality that maybe our assessments are overlooking. So I do think, and I should have clarified that from the start, that that assessment did include a time block for natural mortality. And I do think it's something that our assessment authors will have to consider and think critically about in the future as we see these impacts on natural mortality due to climate. Oh yeah, of course. Yep.
Hey, Erin. Hey, Erin, Mike, thanks. Appreciate that. In an earlier slide, you talked about, in hindsight, fishery performance indicators were a red flag. I don't see that in the 7 points here. Can you talk a little bit about how maybe through the ESPs, fishery performance indicators or community engagement indicators or things like that may serve as potential red flag oysters?
Yeah, great point. And I didn't mention it here, but there actually were sort of concerning trends. So shifts, most notably shifts in the spatial distribution of the fishery in 2020. The fleet was catching snow crab primarily right on the Russian border. So there were some initial concerns with stock redistribution, of course, and concerns with our survey potentially missing these crabs. So I think that's a great point, that it's really important to pay attention to those fishery performance indicators, because our surveys are only out there for a couple months a year, and the fishery could be experiencing very different conditions. So the ESP has been sort of a great on-ramp to feed some of those fishery performance indicators or communicate them to fishery managers. And I think that shifts in the sort of spatial distribution of the fishery is a great example of one. TAC utilization, which we heard about with Pacific cod. I do think that the ecosystem and socioeconomic profile is a great on-ramp to communicate those. Yeah, thanks.
With the arrows, yes. Straight into the mic. Okay. Hi, everyone. My name's Elizabeth or Ebett Siddon. I work for the Alaska Fisheries Science Center based out of Juneau. Thank you for the invitation to be here today and to be in Kodiak. I just keep commenting on the gorgeous flight in yesterday, so I'm very grateful to be here. Thank you. I'm going to talk about not a stock specific example, but an ecosystem level example of impacts of climate change, and this is rapid change in the northern Bering Sea. So to start out, what happened? This is a time series plot of warm and cold temperature anomalies taken at St. Paul Island over the last roughly 100 years. And as you can see, there's been both periods of warm and periods of cold. But since about 2014, the Bering Sea entered the sort of longest in duration and greatest in magnitude warm phase of the Bering Sea. And concurrent with this increase in temperatures, we also see a decrease in sea ice extent over the Bering Sea. We both had this sort of long-term warming trend and decline in ice, coupled with this pulse event in 2018 and 2019 of really unprecedented low sea ice extent in the Bering Sea. And so how did that happen? How did we get these 2 years of really low sea ice extent? This is a plot from Rick Toman at the University of Alaska Fairbanks. On the x-axis, the horizontal is just the date of the season. So you can see the advance and the retreat of the sea ice in each individual year. That thick black line is the long-term median. Each spaghetti line is an individual year, and highlighting the winters of 2017-18 in red and then 18-19 in green. You can see these really do stand out as unprecedented low sea ice extents that really occurred in sort of February. And so what happened in February that really reduced the sea ice extent? And it's a combination. It's not just that it was warm, but the winds. And Jim Overland did a great job of saying years ago, it takes two to tango to form sea ice in the Bering Sea. So it is temperature and it is winds. So what happened in February of those two winters, 18 and 19?
These are big, broad scale North Pacific plots of high and low pressure areas. The winds travel counterclockwise around high pressure. So hopefully you can see those pink arrows. But in February of both of these years, the winds came from the south, bringing warm and moist air, which both brought warm air, which melts the ice, and pushed the ice back into the Arctic and prevented it from advancing over the Bering Sea shelf. So what information was available as these events were unfolding in real time? We did have information about the subsequent impact of winter sea ice, which is the summer cold pool extent. This is a footprint of where sea ice was the winter before. And this plot here from Kelly Carney, who's now with the Alaska Fisheries Science Center, this is one of those outputs of ACLIME, one of those products, the operational products of CEFI that we will have and be able to leverage. These are modeled outputs of bottom temperature in the Bering Sea. We have them on short-term forecasts currently, and we use those in our management system and through the ecosystem status reports. So in a year, like Erin mentioned, not having a survey in 2020, this was one of the pieces of information we continued to have in 2020 because of our ability to have these modeled outputs. But in this time series plot, starting from 2008 in the top to 2023, you can see that footprint of the cold pool and the really basically lack of cold pool within the standard bottom trawl survey grid, which is the black outline there on the map. That's just the standard grid, not the northern extension of the bottom trawl survey, and really no cold pool in 2018 and 19. We know that the cold pool structures the Bering Sea ecosystem. Some species avoid it, some species prefer to be in it. And so when we remove that thermal barrier, we change where species can and will go over the shelf. So a couple of examples, first from the groundfish assessment program. This is the distribution of adult walleye pollock for all of the years where we had now here showing both the standard and the northern extension of the bottom trawl survey. And that gray sort of cloud overline is the 0-degree isotherm of those bottom waters. And you can see that adult pollock really prefer to be outside of the cold pool. So when we remove the cold pool in 2018 and 19, those fish shift all over the shelf and shift north. It's maybe a bit even more dramatic to show this is adult Pacific cod now. And I'm sorry, I don't have all the same time series years here, but 2010, 17, 18, and 19. Now the pink is that 0-degree isotherm, and same pattern. You can see they prefer to be outside of the cold pool, and in 18 and 19, they really do shift dramatically into the northern Bering Sea region. We had information, again, sort of in hindsight, one of the questions we had is what would happen to those fish up there? Would they spawn up there? Would they stay up there? Would they get caught in the ice? If the ice came back down, would they come back down? We really didn't know. We hadn't seen it before. And so in looking back in hindsight, this is a plot of biomass in the northern Bering Sea through 4 of those years where we had the northern Bering Sea extension. You can see I've highlighted pollock, Pacific cod, snow crab I've highlighted because we've talked a lot about it today, but some of these species did increase into the northern Bering Sea, and then they did shift back down, or at least their biomass in the northern Bering Sea decreased. Snow crabs sort of showed a continual decline over that same time period. One of the other things we highlighted through the ecosystem status report at the time were some of these other unusual events happening that were concurrent and we thought were important and might be telling us something about the carrying capacity of the northern Bering Sea. One was the unusual mortality event of gray whales that began in 2019. It didn't officially close until 2023. That unusual mortality event has now, in hindsight, been attributed to ecosystem changes in subarctic and Arctic feeding areas. These are whales that feed in the northern Bering Sea and then embark on long migrations, and they were dying on their return back from those to the summer feeding grounds. Similarly, the die-off event of short-tailed shearwaters that also began in 2019. These are birds that feed in the northern Bering Sea in summer, primarily on that zooplankton that's so important as a prey base for our fish, and then they migrate to the Southern Ocean for breeding. I remember at the time being asked, why are you telling us about gray whales? And we didn't have a good concrete reason to say, because they tell us this about what's going to happen in crab fisheries, but we felt like they were indicators of a system that was stressed in the northern Bering Sea, that it had been perturbed by this warmth and the lack of sea ice, and these were sort of broad scale indicators of how the system was responding. So what was the response? And I'm glad, even though I put this slide together in the last couple of days, these same themes have come up already today. In my mind, there's sort of three sectors that are always responding to any of these events, and how well they're responding sort of in concert and in communication with each other, I think is the challenge and the conversation I think we'll have in the next 2 days. The first thing that often happens, and we've heard this throughout the day, are the community impacts or maybe the fishing impacts. Things like loss of sea ice were immediate impacts for communities. That's a platform for ice seals, for hunting and fishing, for travel. These communities in the northern Bering Sea saw increased fishing vessel activities. They saw marine debris events. They saw unusual mortality events, ice seals, short-tailed shearwaters, and gray whales I've already mentioned. So then what was the scientific adaptation? One of the adaptations I'm highlighting here was that northern extension of the bottom trawl survey. And that has become a more regular survey used to inform our assessments. But as others have mentioned today, that a surety that we will be able to continue those surveys, to have the resources to do those surveys to inform our assessments is a concern. And then the third piece is the management adaptation. Is our system able to respond as quickly as we're seeing these changes and impacts? And so again, sort of following this idea of northern Bering Sea change, the council accepted stock assessments that now included that northern Bering Sea extension of the bottom trawl survey. We don't have the full time series like we do for the standard bottom trawl grid, but the stock assessment authors developed models that incorporated the northern Bering Sea survey, and the council accepted those models to look at the full demographic of the different populations. So what were the lessons learned? Like Erin, this is probably a lot of text here, but I think it's also important and has been said already today. Climate change is here. Our fisheries are already challenged by the climate extremes that we're experiencing. The black swan events like 2018 and 19 are always going to be difficult to predict. But I think what we learned in hindsight is we should expect large ecosystem impacts of these big climate extremes. We shouldn't expect to be able to predict exactly what the ecosystem will do, but we should expect the ecosystem will respond. And I think that's the uncomfortable part, is sort of learning to manage through these events without having all the answers or being able to predict. And that the ecosystem response can vary and the stocks impacted may change. And what I mean by that is if we think about the Gulf of Alaska peacock, that first marine heat wave, 2014 to 16 in the Gulf of Alaska, we saw huge responses of Pacific cod, a MER die-off event. But when the second heat wave came in 18 and 19, the system response was different because Pacific cod had already collapsed, because MERS had already had a die-off. The system that existed was a different system to respond. So it won't always be identical, one heat wave to another. What are the impacts of climate change? That things move north and that they can and may move south again. Again, that was one of the questions we had in 18 and 19. Will the fish come back down south? And Dr. Warner mentioned this morning the idea that climate change can happen on these different timescales, but so can the ecosystem response and the impacts. So the response of the system, as we learned through 18 and 19, this pulse event, they can be immediate. We can see same year impacts. They can be lagged, where we see impacts a few years later, or they can be cumulative, where as these impacts, the continuation of warm events leads to stronger responses of the system. And then I think what's maybe encouraging and also challenging is these similar but different responses across the regions. Some of the explanation for the Pacific cod in the Gulf of Alaska were metabolic stressors. We see that same example for Bering Sea snow crab, metabolic stressors. So the mechanisms are similar. Can we get to a point where we can predict what those will be and which stocks will be the ones experiencing those is a question. And then the adaptations to climate change. Again, communities are often, and I hesitated to say always, the first to experience these changes. And I think one of the greatest challenges facing our management system is how we're going to incorporate the local and traditional knowledge in the decision making. I think there's a next step to be taken between gathering it and using it in our decision making that is, I hope, comes out of some of the conversations in the next few days. The scientists are providing, I've been amazed in my short time with the agency, like current year data in real time to the fisheries managers. That is a advantage of the North Pacific system that isn't met in all of the regions across the country. And I think it's something we can be proud of. But then our management system has to be also equally nimble to use that information in real time. So we do have examples in our system where managers are using ecosystem information. We have examples that we can point to that are ecosystem-based fisheries management. Are they enough? Are they robust enough to the changes we're going to experience in the future? Probably not yet, but we have tools in place. We mentioned the ecosystem and socioeconomic profiles. Both those ESPs and the ecosystem status reports are feeding the risk tables as a new sort of on-ramp for this kind of information to be able to account for the changes we're seeing in real time and get it into the management system, maybe not as a covariate in a stock assessment model, but incorporate it into the discussion, incorporate it into the considerations that then can have quantitative impacts on your catch limits. So with that, I can take any questions.
This has some overlap to Erin's presentation as well. There's one thing when thinking about adaptation and how we can adapt to real-time data information. And can we, one potentially underutilized resource are fishery-dependent data collection programs, where some of which at the state level achieve continuity through the time series through COVID. And is there a way we can lean in other than, or in addition to fishery performance data, can we lean into providing more information on climate-related data that will help processes? So just something to think about, because most, if not all, fishery-dependent data collection programs are downstream of processes. So can we advance the discussion to where we're being proactive on collecting information or data on the ground as the fisheries are happening?
Yeah, thank you. I don't have an answer, but I have a question back, which is what are those on-ramps? Where can that information come back into the system and be used? Because then that's connecting those to whoever if it's a stock assessment author, if it's an ESP author or an ecosystem status report author, making that connection back to the data streams.
That's a difficult one.
Yeah, for folks online, that was just a comment back that ADF&G used to have more robust in-season management processes to help as another avenue to incorporate that fishery dependent information into the season. And it was that stopped because of resource limitations. Okay, for folks online, the answer was it was because fisheries were rationalized. We've gotten outside my lane. I like to try to stay really clearly in my lane, so maybe should I step down?
No, I don't feel like you have to respond. Thanks so much, Yvette. So we'll move on to our last speaker, Dr. Dana Hanselman. And after this, we'll take about 10 minutes for some audience discussion. So we've got about 20 minutes left. So.
Hi, I'm Dana Hanselman. I'm the lab director of Auk Bay Labs in Juneau, but for the 15 years before that, I was the lead Sablefish assessment author. So I'm recovering from that, but I'm going to speak about this from that lens. The title is Triumphs and Trials, because I understand it's not cool to say winners and losers anymore. So just briefly, my outline here, I'm going to give a little background on sailfish biology, talk about the boon and swoon cycle, and then the heat wave miracle that occurred. So Julie Bonney already set me up for that. And then talk about the assessment and the management response and the lessons we've learned. So as a good assessment author, you start with the biology, and I'm sure most people in Kodiak know all about sablefish, so I'll be brief on that. But one of the unique aspects of sablefish is they're super long-lived, and they live in really deep water. And a unique feature is their extremely high movement rates. Shout out to all those who've returned their tags. And there's no genetic diversity throughout their range. Another feature is females grow much larger than males, and they are fully mature around age 12. So in terms of management in the fishery, because of that extensive movement, sablefish are the only stock that is managed does an assessment Alaska-wide, and the quota is then apportioned to management region. So traditionally, this was mostly a hook and line fishery, but recently it's gone to almost 80% long line slinky pots, and this was to avoid whales. Also, we do an annual long line survey that supports this, and an annual assessment. So I'm going to walk through this slide because I'm going to show it a couple times. So in the yellow, this is kind of the boon and swoon cycle. You see we have these kind of successive lower mountains of spawning biomass. And then the bars are the recruitment or the reproductive success. And so I started this assessment in 2004 after a comfortable life doing Gulf of Alaska POP, where it steadily went up. But after I took this assessment, it went down every year for about 10 years. So, the first 4 years, I thought I'd try something new, and I got married. That didn't help. Had a few kids, tried to add some recruitment of my own, but that didn't help either. But lo and behold, after the second child, there were some early warning signs. And so we often rely on people to give us kind of anecdotal or local knowledge estimates. And we saw in this year these widespread reports of small sablefish, particularly at Kodiak Island, which is not every year here. Also, the GOA bottom trawl survey, we don't track 1-year-olds from there, but you can see in the panel on the right there, we suddenly started to see some really small fish coming into the bottom trawl survey. Also in Southeast Alaska hatcheries, they were so ferociously ripping apart net pens. That was an interesting observation. And then also, since this is such a widely moving stock, there were signs in the West Coast and BC fisheries of these small fish coming in. So we started to see this coming. So here we are. After a decade of declining, help is on the way. We see a pretty big recruitment coming in. So we're pretty excited about that. And we're like, all right, we can chill out for a while. But then, Did we get too much of a good thing here? Over the next five years, we got a whole bunch more giant recruitments, bigger than ones we'd seen before. And you can see in the orange line that it's blasting up the population size quickly, along with it potential quotas. So our response was we happen to have the first ESP being done for the Sablefish assessment. So we already had this 4-step process to look at indicators, and we can use this thing to help adjust or potentially inform our ABC and TAC considerations. And then we also entered risk tables the year after. So we had these two tools that were pretty new to the assessment process that we could potentially use because we saw this big gift horse coming, but we wanted to be sure it was actually there. So qualitatively in the ESP, we were mostly worried because we saw these giant year classes, but until you see each class is over and over again, you're pretty uncertain about them, especially when they're really big. They tend to revert toward the mean. So we had some ESP indicators on fish condition, mean age, prey availability, and spatial overlap that all were poor in these subsequent years between 17 and 20. So as you saw in the previous presentations, we were pretty worried, is this marine heat wave going to affect these brand new fish in the population in negative ways? So we use the ESP in conjunction with the risk table to make some pretty substantial reductions. And you can see 45 and 57% because we were going from a quota that had gone all the way down to 10,000 tons with quotas that were suggested to go to 30 or 40,000 tons within a couple of years for long-lived species. I highlight the one in the red because that was the first time I presented to the SSC as an SSC member, and that was the only time my recommendation wasn't accepted. In terms of quantitative indicators, we had a couple of indicators related to sea surface temperature and also the AD and F&G survey that samples small fish that's not used in the assessment. And so these were confirming indicators that maybe these recruitments were real. And also we dabbled into social economic indicators here on the bottom panel, showing that it's really not worth taking a lot of these fish out until they get quite a bit older because of the huge disparity in price between big and small sablefish. So these are the results. Eventually the quota did go way up. The apportionment changed and there was a massive population increase and quota shift to the Eastern Bering Sea. This resulted in and as everybody probably knows, the price disparity between those large and small fish increased greatly. There was also this overall decline in price, even at large sizes. One management response that has been attempted but has not moved in probably a satisfactory speed for rapid ecosystem change is this small sablefish release motion, which has been going on for about 5 years now and is going on at this particular meeting. So in terms of lessons learned, I think the sablefish authors generally think the ABC control rules are weak for maintaining catch stability and the age structure of the population. We could probably consider TAC options better if we used assessment results. We found that the risk tables were very helpful for thinking how to organize ABC reduction rationale. And we can also use ESPs to inform both those risk tables and potentially TAC considerations. So in terms of what we want out of future ecosystem work for this stock, I think short-term climate and ocean projections would be really useful. We have indicators that are linked, but we would like some projections of them in the short tactical window. And I think the lessons from all these is that really big population changes are going to require adaptive management. That's it. Thanks. You want to use mine? No.
Thank you so much. We have a few minutes for clarifying questions, but I also wanted to make sure that we take some time to turn to the audience. All 4 of our speakers, you did a fantastic job of distilling the lessons learned from your examples. And I want to make sure we ask that same question of the audience, which is, if you were affected by these examples, what were your own lessons learned? And in hindsight, what kind of information would you like to have in hand? These are the kinds of conversations we're going to be having this afternoon and tomorrow as we move into talking about those hypothetical case studies or hypothetical examples. So any questions or comments from the audience?
Yeah. So this is a question for Mr. Litzow about the cod, and we're seeing on the grounds right now lots of cod, 9.79 pound average, consistent across the board with very little small cod, and I'm kind of curious, based on the bottom trawl survey, which takes place in the summertime every 2 years in the Gulf here, when cod are not aggregated, yet the pollock survey is done when pollock are aggregated. And from what I know, with the summer acoustic survey in pollock, they're sort of abandoning that because of the mismatch between winter and summer surveys. Is there any forward motion on looking at cod when they're aggregated rather than when they're dispersed, to get a sort of a different snapshot of what's going out there? Because what we're seeing out there and what the summer surveys see out there are two different things.
Yeah, thanks for that, Patty. So great question. And, as Julie highlighted, we're seeing these observations from a bunch of different stakeholder groups, from sport fishing folks here right around town, from draggers, saying that folks are seeing a lot of cod. Sometimes people are saying that they're seeing a lot of small cod. Other times we hear that people are seeing a lot of really big cod. And unfortunately, I'm not the person to ask about that assessment and about data collection for that stock. That's not the side I come in on. So I don't know if there's any forward motion for trying to get different data collection for Gulf cod, but I think that is something that came up with the pollock response to the heat wave as well. It's where we saw these really different signals from the winter acoustic survey and from the bottom trawl survey, just saying 180 degree differences. And that's another surprising event. We hadn't seen that before, where we got such strongly different information from these data sources that we have been able to rely on. So I don't have a specific answer, but I think you're pointing to a direction where we have to go in terms of being more adaptive in how we sample. And there is another good example with pollock, where we've recognized that the timing of spawn has changed. Lauren Rogers has really pushed that forward and has recognized that the timing of that winter survey has to change as well to get the aggregation right. So I think you're pointing at a direction we need to go.
My question is for Dana. On the last slide, Dana, you suggested that TAC for sablefish should be more informed by the stock assessment. And I was wondering if you could provide some more detail about what you meant there and how that might work.
Sure. Yeah. Thanks for the question, Bill. So I think in general, it's like sablefish is a really good example to talk about that, is because we have outputs and projections, and we can put out there what the size gradings or the age composition of the stock is going to look like in the next few years, because we have that data. That's not hard to project. You don't need climate models to do that. So when you're making decisions about like a really rapidly rising stock, like we saw with sablefish, you could take those things into consideration about the value to the fishery, and maybe you don't want it to rise that fast because of markets or something like that. But by using data that stock assessment authors can provide and working with economists and the industry, I think you could make better decisions that way.
Yeah, my question is for Ebett, and I am wondering about where to stop and start mechanistic research. So your examples showed that you could predict, theoretically, you could predict the spatial distribution of cod and pollock based on a reasonably good estimate of the cold pool. So we could develop spatial models from the output from the CEFI and that sort of thing. And we could do a much better job, because you could have what was the spatial distribution of the cold water in the winter and the spring and the summer and the fall. You'd have it But that relies on that's just a statistical relationship between cotton pollock and cold water. Do you really need to know what they're following? What was it? Was it the front location of the front? Where do you stop and start? Do you have any ideas on recommending how we go forward with the science side of it?
It's a great question. And, one of the things that sort of rattles around in my head a lot is climate change is not a testable hypothesis in itself, right? It's the derivatives of what are the things changing? So is it sea ice? Is it a footprint of sea ice? Is it the temperature? Is it the isotherms? Are they detecting changes in temperature? And I think that those are all, when I think about our process, and often when I present on behalf of a status report, those of us, if you've seen us present, we have huge slides of people that we get that expertise from. And I always think about that side of the research side of our system we're really fortunate in Alaska. Like we have this huge engine of research happening to try to tease out those pieces, like what are the mechanisms? And as they become mature enough to come into the management system and be a decision-making piece of the discussion, then we bring those over through the on-ramps that we have through ESPs or ESRs or risk tables. But I think we just continue to pull on those threads. Like we have these clear patterns about distributions relative to temperature. So then we can pull on that. Is it just the temperature? Is it the sea ice? Is it the prey that's there? And rely on, at least for me, rely on the experts who are doing those mechanistic studies to come back to us and say, we thought it was temperature. That was our first indicator, but we looked into it more. And really what it is the change in temperature or the vertical distribution of the the stratification. And allow us to sort of hone those patterns better. That answers your question.
Thanks. Now I'm going to give an optional last word to our 4 speakers. So the end of this morning kind of marks our transition into spending more of our time on scenario planning in those discussions. And in your examples, you talked about the impacts to people and communities, the difficulty of kind of reconstructing and telling the story of what's happening as it's happening. And you had some very kind of insightful and positive lessons learned. So as we go into these breakouts and think about how to deal with the future of greater uncertainty, I guess, what's something from the example you shared that inspires you with some optimism that we can handle these impacts as they become more frequent and more severe? What's something about your example that inspires you with confidence?
So I don't know if you could hear it in the room, but my question back to Katie was, does it have to be optimistic? Because, I think, I think that's something, so I'll put out a big picture question. I'd love to hear feedback from like non-managers, non-scientists who are part of this event over the next couple of days. It's so hard to imagine what we haven't seen. Like we struggle with that so much scientifically. And that's like a lot of the uncertainty we're expressing to you here. When I see things like 2014, 2016 and Gulf Pink and Gulf Sockeye and Pequod, and I look at the reasonable projections of how soon those temperatures in 2014, 2016 are going to become our expected average, it's really soon. And it's really hard to imagine that Gulf of Alaska and the negative consequences we're seeing so far are really sort of chilling. And so I don't know if I have a word of optimism to offer, but as the dialogue goes on, I'd love to hear people involved in fishing and their take on how we can imagine a system we've never seen and how we can start building tools for meeting this challenge of fishing in that ecosystem we don't know.
Thanks. Does anybody else want to weigh in? We can revise that question a bit from what inspires optimism to what do you hope we talk about this afternoon? Sure.
So I can just sit up here. I was going to say, just in terms of optimism, I feel incredibly privileged to work within Bering Sea Crab because we have such an incredibly collaborative environment. And I think it's really neat to see how much collaborative research is going on, but at the same time, we also have stakeholders, industry, and partners who are very engaged in the process. And I think that's critically important in acknowledging that as we recognize these challenges and moving forward, I think it's going to be a team effort. And I think I just feel incredibly lucky that we have we have trust and we have stakeholders in industry that are coming and continually talking to us. And I think that's so critical that the management system allows for that. And that, as we talked about, we continue to find levers that facilitate that collaboration and those opinions.
Thank you very much. And I hope we can continue that conversation this afternoon about things that are working well as well as the areas where we need improvement. So we're going to take a break for lunch. I'll put up a slide where we have some lunch locations in and around the marketplace. We want all of you to come back here by 1:15 so we can get started on time. And to those of you online, you're going to be staying in the same Zoom room. So 1:15, please be back here.
Thanks.
Nope, that's me. No, that's me. That's me. Yeah.
That's it.
It's the same as this one. It's just there's too many people talking now.
Testing, testing. Testing, testing.
Test. Test. Test, 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 test. There it is. There it is. Handheld right here. Handheld 3. But it shows on. But it also shows under this handheld as well.
That one does.
Yep.
But not ours.
Nope.
Because our sky.
Oh, okay. So the other ones still aren't working.
that better? Can you hear? Oh, Maine, not Maine. 10 to 10. Send to 10. 10, 10, 10. 10, 10, 10. Or I don't know what, I'm just talking. Here's input 10, you can see the input, right? So now we're trying to figure out what is output. Output, output. There it is. I'm out 6. Still out 6. Out 6. Out 6. Out 6. I shouldn't have to talk so loud. That is really talking loud. Make it go higher. Because I am yelling. This is not good. This mic is a dud. Give me the other mic.
Oh, hello, 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 hello. It just automatically worked.
That's because it goes into the machine, into the mix.
Their machine goes into here.
Yes.
Yeah, and I don't think it's of what we're trying to do here.
Okay.
Handheld. Okay, there it is. That worked.
Okay, never mind.
Disregard. I don't know why it's working now and it didn't work before.
No, we don't want the tabletop louder. We just want the handheld louder. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay. We don't care about that. I just want it to go to the speaker, but it could go to the tabletops too. Yeah. So how do you do that?
That works now.
Okay, wait, go press. Okay, sorry, go back up. Above the main. Okay, okay, got it. Well, no, actually. Never mind. Do we have to go back to fader? Two doesn't do anything. Oh, into, go to. That's okay. Input 2. Oh, send, do you mean send to? Send to, okay, we're there. Now it's there. Yeah, it says TT mic wave C out 4 out 5 out 6 FX.
on,
So now we have 5.
Look, come here, Sarah. No, come here, look.
I want to know what.
Oh, hello, hello.
And also, now they all work. Maybe you do.
I'm gonna talk. Going around here.
them all. I just tested them all and they work now. So there's this one.
Katie Latanich. We got all of our mics to work now.
Testing, testing, testing. Test, test, test. There it is. Test. Yep.
Well, welcome back, everybody. We're going to go ahead and get started for the afternoon. With this afternoon session, we're moving into the scenario planning portion of our agenda. For those of you who are in person, just a quick reminder that the agenda packets you picked up this morning have printed versions of the workshop scenarios and discussion questions, and we'll put out some extra copies of those on the table if you want to pick it up before you move into your breakouts. For those of you who are online, these are also posted to the workshop e-agenda. And again, I just wanted to point out that we also have this visual side-by-side of the 3 scenarios. That was a bit of a late addition to the e-agenda. So again, we have printed copies and you can find this on the e-agenda online. So I'm happy to introduce Dr. Kirsten Holzman, a scientist with the Alaska Fisheries Science Center. She's also co-chair of the Climate Change Task Force and has helped lead the development of this workshop and the scenarios we're going to be using to structure our discussions over the next day and a half. She's going to talk about the approach of scenario planning and introduce the 4 hypothetical scenarios that we're going to use to frame our conversation over the next day and a half. So Dr. Holzman's going to start with an overview, and then we'll have some time for questions and discussion. And then after this, we'll move into our first breakout session. Before we do that, and toward the last 5-10 minutes of this talk, we'll take some time to talk you through breakout logistics, both in person and online, to make sure you get where you need to go. So with that, I'll hand it over to Kirsten.
To advance, I just push the arrows. Is that?
It's best if you use this.
Okay, great. Start my timer so I'm not up here all day. Thanks, everyone. Great to see you and welcome back from lunch. I think I'm really excited for this afternoon and tomorrow's sessions. This will be wonderful to hear from the collective knowledge in this room, some of those solutions, some of those challenges and some of those emerging solutions, and start this conversation in a collective way. Before I begin, I do want to acknowledge, and we've done this a few times, but I really want to acknowledge the contributions of the Climate Change Task Force for helping frame these scenarios and bring forward this format, which will allow us to explore different challenges and solutions. Now, of course, we have heard a lot about this. We know climate change is impacting fisheries, fishing communities, coastal communities, marine ecosystems, but the scale of those impacts in our region far exceed anything that's been seen elsewhere in the world. Changes in the Arctic are 4-fold that of rest of the world. It is not only a pressing impact, but it is one that is outside of the realm that many other regions have had to deal with. We know too, as we look forward, that there will be some continued degree of change. We expect that there will be change. But there's considerable uncertainty and some opportunity in that uncertainty. There's considerable uncertainty about how that will unfold. On one hand, if the global community acts to implement some of the policies and actions that we know can limit atmospheric carbon, which trap solar radiation and cause the warming, if the global community acts on that as they have laid out in their plans, the warming that we see in the Alaska region over the next 100 years may not be so far outside of the realm of things that we've seen in the last decade. Of course, the other end of that is if those policies aren't implemented, we could expect changes that exceed anything we've even seen to date. So we're dealing with considerable uncertainty, large magnitude of change, and a need to plan for how to react under that uncertainty. One thing that is clear, as we've looked across different systems and different ways in which people respond and plan for these large changes, for challenging situations, is that doing that planning together in an inclusive way leads to answers that are more efficient and that can be implemented in a broader way. So this is a quote. If you've seen me talk or if you've listened to any of the online seminars, you've seen me put this up. It's a nice summary. It's from the IPCC's most recent Working Group 2 assessment, the chapter that's on adaptation, which has some good input and advice. And the kind of synthetic findings of that group was supporting effective adaptation planning to address climate change depends on society's ability and willingness to anticipate the change, recognize its effects, plan to accommodate those consequences, and implement a coordinated portfolio of informed solutions. I've done this twice now with this presentation, informed solutions. And these are really the necessary steps, and we've heard elements of that in the morning's talks. So why do scenario planning? Well, scenario planning can give us the process to organize that information into those components that are necessary for effective action plans. We can gather and organize information, tools, and support, and have the discussions that are ongoing and iterative to help navigate future change, both change we anticipate and are expecting, and also that change that may not be expected. We know there might be something that happens, we don't know specifically how. So we need to have teams of people that can respond to that. And there's actually considerable range of things that can be done to respond to climate change. Everything from near-term responses and reactions to longer-term planning. The key to these is prediction, under having a little bit of a heads up that change is coming, planning for that, again, planning for those knowns and those unknowns, and preparing especially for conditions that are uncertain. We will kind of step through a typical fisheries assessment process. There's a number of places in which adaptation comes into that process. It can come in at the level of the organism. It can come in forms of genetic adaptation. We've seen that, emergent different genetic responses to changing temperatures. It can come in behavior. It can come in population dynamics. Of course, we've seen species redistribute to more favorable conditions when things get warm. It can also come into how we set recommendations and harvest recommendations in terms of target biomass and acceptable attainable yields. It can come into the management process, and that's going to be a core focus of what we talk about at this workshop. It can come also into how fisheries and individuals respond and to facilitate and support that. And finally, it can come into how communities can adapt and create networks and can keep networks intact in order to respond to shocks and have that resilience that we heard about this morning. So scenario planning is a process that can help support effective climate adaptation. And it's actually something that's taken place in the corporate world for a long time. It's often been used to understand changes in supply chains and to plan for contingencies around markets. And we are seeing it increasingly in climate change planning. And this is actually a set of definitions from a corporate lens, but it applies here. And I liked the content, and the link at the bottom has more information if you want to read more about it. But the general idea is that scenario planning is a strategy that allows organizations to consider possible future events, develop effective and relevant long-term plans. It also can explore qualitative and quantitative responses, but it differs from forecasting. So we heard forecasting. Forecasting is a type of tool that helps us with prediction. Scenario planning allows us to kind of navigate futures where we might not have specific predictions, but we can understand how things may play out. And then it also allows organizations to understand what they need to allocate in towards resources, especially those iterative discussions that need to take place again and again over time. This is another nice graphic. It's from the National Park Service. There's no oceans in this figure, sorry, but it has a nice layout of the difference between traditional planning and scenario planning. So traditional planning on the left really assumes that the future will resemble the past. It assumes a high certainty in our ability to accurately predict the future. Encourages a precise characterization of the future. There's a lot of advantages to traditional planning, but it can leave managers vulnerable to surprises in situations of high uncertainty. Now, scenario planning assumes the future will likely differ from the past. So to contrast to this traditional planning approach, it recognizes uncertainty and asks what might happen, and in a kind of rigorous and structured way. And so we're going to be using some set scenarios to do that here. It also encourages a broad and open-minded exploration of future possibilities and surprises, and it helps managers identify strategies that are robust to uncertainty. Now, there's a lot of different types of scenario planning, and you've probably come across them over the years. And I wanted to just distinguish what we'll be doing in this workshop from other types of scenario planning that we've actually already heard about this morning. So one type of scenario planning is a very quantitative approach. These quantitative approaches are designed to characterize kind of best and worst cases and some of the bounds of confidence around those future trajectories. And a lot of the work that I'm involved in other days is involved with trying to identify some of the certainty around projections and changes and testing different management measures to see how they respond in order to provide that confidence for decision making. We're not going to go into this quantitative detail here because that's not necessary for the types of scenario planning that we're trying to do. What's needed is some framing. So we're using these quantitative approaches and abundant information that's taking place and the understanding of climate impacts, and we're using those to structure the scenarios we'll talk through today. And the scenarios that we'll be using are more what we would call operational scenarios. They look at event-driven phenomenon, scenarios that look at the effects of circumstance may have on an organization. They're really exploring the what ifs. And this is a nice graphic from the East Coast showing kind of two different regimes in that top figure to illustrate that there might be two regimes that are very different, might have equal productivity, but what if these regimes totally shifted? And then you can explore what that means. On the bottom is another example of marine heat waves, which we've heard about today. And this is a bit jargony, but there's also normative scenarios which are used to try to understand how to get to a desired target. So how do we navigate through uncertainty to get to where we want to be? And, come back. And strategic management scenarios, which is what we'll be doing, similar to that, still trying to get to a desired target, but given different futures, how do we get there? How would that pathway differ? Now we're doing this in a participatory and inclusive way because holistic solutions emerge from a plurality of perspectives. So the more people that are involved in that conversation, the broader the scope of the impacts and responses and solutions, and the better ability we have to connect dots. The goal here is not consensus. Actually, some of those emerging differing ideas about how things maybe should be is really important. We want to identify those and capture that. And these can be used to identify points of synergy, so shared solutions, but it can also be used to identify some of those points where we need to invest more in the discussions or the tools. There's a couple of good resources on scenario planning, and there's this reference that I put here, review different scenario planning in fisheries management processes. And some of the emergent things you'll see we have as well, which is that these can be used to help deal with the uncertainty rather than trying to reduce that necessarily. Engagement of different participants is key. It confers benefits that transcend the planning process. A diverse group of opinions contributes to a broad knowledge base, and the results of these scenario planning exercises they may take a while to manifest. There may be some emergent things that come from our discussions. I hope there are that we can implement soon, but there are some that will take longer to come out and synthesize. And so consider that this is maybe the start of those discussions, or it's building on maybe other discussions that have happened before, and it's part of a process. There's a couple of examples in that document of different scenario planning structures. A lot of them use these contrasting matrices, and you'll see that in a moment. But the general approach, and I did include these in the PDF that's posted online. You can go and look at them in more detail if you like. They're at the end of the presentation. But the basic idea, and I'm sorry for the formatting error here, high should be all the way on the right. The basic idea is you have some contrasting gradient of change from low to high along one axis, and you might overlay another gradient of change, low to high, on the other, and then the combination of those four become the scenarios. So in our case, the Climate Change Task Force discussed different potential axes for the scenarios, and we borrowed actually one that the East Coast had used. It resonated with us, which was along this axis of predictability. So you might imagine, if you're looking kind of a horizontal one here, lower predictability might be associated with higher climate change, And you might have higher predictability in a future that looks a little bit like the past, or that you have more investment in tools and capacity and information sharing that improve predictability. So that's one of our contrasting kind of axes. The other one that the task force discussed was the range of ecosystem-based management measures that come into decision-making. At the high level, full ecosystem-based management, which is cross-sectoral coordination, actually making decisions across multiple sectors and allocations based on that. And at the other end, you might imagine that there are situations where changes are happening and decisions have to be made rapidly and things become siloed. And that's the other contrasting realm of these two pieces. And we'll talk a little bit more about the ecosystem-based management spectrum tomorrow during the presentations before the breakout sessions. But the general idea is you then combine those. So upper right is high amount of EBM and high amount of predictability. Lower left is lower amounts of ecosystem-based management or siloed decision-making and lower predictability. And then we start in the middle and we say, what if we go to one of these realms? So the first scenario we'll talk about today is starting in the middle. Where are we now? But we're going to move us forward a couple decades. So somewhere in the future, there's more warming, but kind of the current setup of management processes and tools and information flow. And then tomorrow we're going to explore our way through those, and I'll explain that here. So starting with that ecosystem-based management realm, and this is a bit jargony, and that's okay. We'll get through it, and we have some time for discussing it. But we're using a framework that was put forward by Dolan et al. Back in 2016, which kind of characterizes different types of management advice across like a spectrum of ecosystem-based management. So at the very bottom is single species management, which is almost unheard of these days, where you just are managing a species without any information from the habitat or any surveys or anything, a catch only sort of thing. As we move up, you might have ecosystem-based fisheries management, which we could arguably say is where we are presently at. You have thresholds for changing harvest recommendations that may include not only the target species, but the effects of fisheries on other species in the system. And those are built into the management process. And then as you kind of move up, then there's ecosystem-based management. Again, that's envisioned as more of a cross-sectoral. Examples of this underway are on the East Coast, for example, some of the wind siting allocations are being discussed in conjunction with fisheries. So understanding those interactions between sectors. In our neck of the woods, maybe shipping or other place-based operations. And so this is full ecosystem-based management. And the key here is that this is using a kind of taking a whole of ecosystem approach to management decisions. And I'm going to put my glasses on so I can read it. And the key here is ecosystem drivers are included, ecosystem impacts are included, cross-sectoral cooperation and diverse knowledge sources, because you need to have multiple people in the conversation when you're doing cross-sectoral management. And then the other kind of realm of this is ecosystem approaches to fisheries management. And this is more akin to what we see in some other regions where you have a single stock as the focus, and you would still have ecosystem information coming in to help understand the current status or future trajectories of that stock. But what's missing is that kind of loop back from the stock or the fishery back to rest of the ecosystem. So ecosystem drivers, for example, are included, but the decision-making is siloed by sectors. And then the other contrasting axes we talked about is climate. So we're going to start with a medium warming sort of future scenario, and that has medium predictability. So as we look forward, again, in a future trajectory of somewhere in the middle between our best case and our worst case climate scenarios, we anticipate to see continued warming, 4 to 6 marine heat waves per year, for example. Currently, we're at a rate of about 1 to 2, one per decade. It depends what your window is. It used to be more like 0.5 per decade. So going forward, many, many more marine heat waves like we've seen recently, about half the time. Substantial sea ice loss, changes to the ecosystem, but maybe intermediate productivity because some species can take advantage of that and respond in a positive way. These are, again, hypothetical scenarios that allow us to have conversations about what this would look like for us and for management, and kind of structure some solutions around this unique future. Moving to the right is a much more optimistic future. This is, again, that one where global community has come together. Warming does occur, but it's within the realm of variability in warming that we've seen to date. So we will continue to see heat waves at a slightly elevated frequency to current, but it will be within the realm of what we've experienced. And in this situation, some of the projections around ecosystem response are varied. And so we included that here. We anticipate that there may be impacts on certain species, but other species may benefit from these warmer conditions. And again, here we have some sea ice loss, we have some receding glaciers, we have some warming of rivers, but it's at the kind of more optimistic range of possible future conditions. And higher predictability. That's the key for this scenario, high predictability. And then at the other realm is a future that is difficult to predict. It's full of lots of challenges, lots of warming, low predictability, considerable impacts on marine ecosystems and fisheries and fishing communities and coastal communities. And the key for this one, it's a bit of a downer scenario. So the key for this one is to explore, how did we get here? What led to this? What are the challenges in this? Articulate those challenges. What are some key things that are needed for this scenario that we cannot lose in the system? Okay, so what we've done is we've structured that in 4 scenarios. And I'm going to show you how those map together. So again, starting in the middle, we're calling this kind of status quo, current, trajectory. They were then going to, that's medium predictability and ecosystem based fisheries management. Then we're going to move to the upper right tomorrow morning, and we're going to talk about kind of the ideal. You had good climate futures and you had all the tools in the toolbox and you had the system set up the way you wanted it. What does that look like? And let's build that out. Let's articulate what that good future looks like. Then we're going to keep the management information side of this, but we're going to say, well, what if that now had a poor climate future, a really challenging climate future? What elements are needed, are commonplace across those scenarios? What new needs emerge from this challenging, unpredictable future? And then finally, we'll move our way down and look at the combined high climate future and siloed approach. And through that, explore the different challenges, emergent solutions, and key processes that we need to have in place. Okay, so in the pre-webinar, we wanted to make sure people knew how to prepare. These scenarios are complex. The key here is to use the opportunity to share your ideas, to generate ideas. We want you here because you bring your personal expertise, experience, and knowledge and information, and the solutions are in the room, and we need to hear those. We need to hear those bubble up. We also would like folks to think about brainstorming, connecting dots, listening to others to hear what sorts of shared kind of spin-off experiences might be there, and also those mutual challenges and shared solutions. And then finally, we want to generate a diversity of considerations and responses. So we really want to hear all the different voices in the room. We had these questions up earlier. They will be provided by your facilitator, but again, the discussions to bring to this breakout session today and again to tomorrow's are, what does climate resilience look like in each scenario? What are the challenges to climate resilience? What management tools and approaches could help? How can the council support this? Again, it's a council focus, but we have note takers, we have facilitators. And so all of those emergent themes that are coming up that are, of course, relevant for the council, that's great, but also the other ones that are important, we will try to summarize those as well. So we're capturing the full breadth. The outcomes of these, Katie already talked about. They will help us connect dots. It'll help us understand how to resource and provide information. It'll help us understand, especially for for the council process, understand what's needed going forward for climate readiness. And there's a nice figure online, which are the types of management actions. And the key here will be to bring the information at hand about climate-driven changes to distributions, to productivity, to ecosystems, to communities, and bring that into climate-informed decision-making. And so some of the information that may or may not be included in discussions have already come up in our morning discussions. So on-ramps, management measures, financing tools, governance, and teams to increase the interactive and inclusive discussions. And so with that, I'll go ahead and stop, and I can go back to any of these that you like. There are the handouts there. There are narratives, and I think the takeaway for the discussion sections is to not get too hung up on the details of the scenarios, but to use these as opportunities to share and discuss. And they're there to help frame and guide those discussions so we can explore different elements of it. But if it doesn't quite apply, or you think there's something in the scenario that doesn't resonate, great. You can say that, bring it up. That's actually really important to hear. So I'll go ahead and stop there and take questions. Thank you. Yes. Any questions?
Good afternoon. Stephanie Matson. Thanks for the presentation. I guess I have one question about, I know we're all feeling uncomfortable.
Yes.
Things are changing. We feel like the system we have is not working, so we need to make changes. I understand that. But what are the metrics or what are the indicators are we talking about that will show us that those changes were warranted or in the right direction? I mean, just changing for changing's sake is sometimes not a good thing because you've done more damage than you might have if you had stayed on that same path.
Yeah.
And maybe it's too soon to do that. Maybe you determine what the scenarios are and then you talk about the metrics, but I haven't seen, you know, and I've tried to attend a lot of your meetings, but I haven't really seen a place where we're going to talk about these scenarios, these changes, and then reassess, or that feedback loop about it worked, it didn't work, what did we learn? Because I think it's going to be a constant continuum to understand whether we took a hard right and we should have taken a soft right, or, I mean, I'm just concerned that we're uncomfortable, we want change, but how do we know if we're changing things in the right direction?
Yeah, that's fantastic. And I hope it comes back up in the discussions as well, because I think that's spot on. We're trying to provide the space to raise those questions. I guess the next kind of follow on then is, once you've raised it, what's the answer and how do we track it? And when it comes to the Science Center, I'm thinking indicators and what are the things that might come into ESRs and ESPs to tell us about that. But I think hearing from the group what those indicators are and how, from a community standpoint, how that might look different and what the sort of responses are in the correcting course is kind of key. And I don't know, Katie, if you have any other ideas about how, like, we didn't specifically have a question around metrics, and I think it's actually a really good point. And so as people are having discussions, if there's something like that, an emergent thing that you want to talk about, I think follow that thread and build it out. And again, the note takers will be there taking notes, and hopefully your facilitators will recap it correctly.
I think that's a great response. We have those 6 framing discussion questions to help ensure that we kind of touch on the same things in every breakout. But if there's a question you think we should be discussing that's not on there, absolutely, these are open enough that you can kind of bring up those topics and questions you think we should be talking about. Yeah. Kirsten, a question I would ask you is about the likelihood of these different scenarios. I was wondering if you could tell us a little bit about what we can say about how more or less likely each of these 4 scenarios is likely to occur.
It's a good question. It's a good question. So I think it really depends on how I wake up in that day and, everybody's own opinions about humanity, I suppose. Technically, all of these futures are still within the realm of possibility. That's why we selected them. So there are other scenarios we did not include. We picked the ones that we thought were most likely, and we that are within the realm of possibility for better or for worse. And so the best case scenario is still on the table. I think you've heard me talk before, the window of opportunity for that to continue to stay on the table is getting narrower pretty quick, but it is still there. It is a future that we should plan for, especially if it's one that we want. So we need to articulate that. The worst case scenario is also kind of at the outer realm of what's possible. So it may materialize. There's so many impacts associated with that worst case scenario that I hope humanity would change course before that one came to realization, but it is still within the realm of possibilities. And they're these are plausible, but hypothetical. So I think that's the way to approach them.
Thanks for your presentation. So just taking it a step further from what Stephanie said and some of your comments earlier, you would like to see a host of divergent opinions on what would be an appropriate management response. So if maybe a group comes up and some people in the group say for snow crab, and we think we know what we know now, if we saw that again, some people in the group would suggest restricting harvest to conserve, or others might suggest increasing harvest because they're all going to die anyway. And so you want to hear everything. You don't want us to try to filter out what we think the outcome would be. Just put it all out there and then you can sort through is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. We want the full range of those discussion topics. And I think we've been having them here and here. Now we're going to have them together.
And just to follow on that question, then is the next question, what does success look like in all of those scenarios? Is that what we're trying to do?
I think that would be a great question to ask. Are you a facilitator by chance?
Well, I am, and I want to make sure before we break up, we're all going in the same direction.
Yeah, especially in the ones that are a little more challenging. Is success possible, and what would it look like? So yes, what would success look like? The other side of that would be what does failure look like? What wouldn't work? Or articulating, this is our chance to say, here's what we don't want, here's what we want, and actually get it articulated and put down on paper. And that helps guide the planning process. And I can talk more about the specifics of how I envision that to go, but the council process has another way in which that information will be used. And so there's going to be organization of that information for use. Yeah.
Thank you. Heather McCarty, you said several times there's no attempt to reach consensus. And is that true of within each of these breakout groups only, or is it true of the entire product of the workshop? Are you thinking that it's just going to be a repetition of various people's thoughts without any indication of whether 10 people liked it and 3 people didn't? Or is there going to be any attempt at determining that?
That's great. I like where you're going with the weighting of the opinions. Maybe you could bold the one where most people liked it or didn't, I suppose. But yeah, I think the full suite is the goal. But out of that, hopefully we'll hear some themes emerge. And then also really some novel challenges may emerge as well. And articulating that is the key. So if we aim for consensus, it immediately kind of winnows out some of those edge pieces that can be really important and informative.
So as a follow-up, so it seems to me there's going to be a lot of repetitive discussion.
Yeah.
Is the facilitator going to report from each of these groups and say sort of everything that came out of that group? I'm just looking forward to trying to imagine it.
Yeah. I'm excited you're excited.
I can speak to a few of those questions. I'll address a little bit of this when I talk about breakout logistics. But that's a great point about how do we assign some weight to the range of responses that we hear in our breakout groups. And as somebody who's written a lot of these workshop reports, it's a difficult thing to think about how to do effectively, in the sense that it's very difficult to say 4 out of 6 groups talked about this. But what you can do is kind of depict the whole range of ideas and indicate where something came up in every group, or whether something earned a lot of discussion time. I think beyond that, it's a little bit hard to characterize, but we'll do our best to kind of give some sense of how frequently or how much coverage of a certain topic there was across breakout groups.
I have one more question then. So are we our own audience? In other words, is it just for us, or are we pointing towards eventually an audience that is, say, the National Marine Fisheries Service or the administration or the state of Alaska or the council, or who's our ultimate audience here?
That's a good question.
The ultimate audience is the council and the council community. And I would say that as far as the workshop and the workshop report itself, this is the time to get all the ideas out on the table again without consensus or trying to necessarily prioritize everything that comes out. But there is a point when the council reviews this report in October, when it becomes time to say, what do we think we might do with this information? And to your point about who else might be the audience for this report, I think that's a great question. I'm not quite sure how to answer that, but I think potentially all of the groups that you mentioned will be interested to see what comes out of this.
Yeah, and I do think it is for us as well. So that's part of the value here. I know we've talked a little bit about it. The CCTF will probably be reviewing some of the findings here as well. So I think it is useful for us in the room.
I just, this is a quick one, but we've talked about the SSC and the plan teams and the CCTF, but we haven't been talking about the social sciences plan team. And when you were at, someone asked the question about how do we see metrics for success? I think the social sciences plan team perhaps has several indicators that we shouldn't lose track of. And it's more of a comment than a question, but I just, are you guys reaching out to the SSPT as well?
Yeah, that's a good question. I'm not sure in the planning, but I think we should bold that, bold the indicator. And yeah, because that's exactly, so those points, those connecting dots, those points of nexus are critical. So if there's a process you're familiar with, if there's a document you use, if there's a person you talk to, and you say this could connect, I mean, highlighting that is really key.
As I'm watching this, I'm just to go back to the questions of how to use it. I just this morning, and especially now, I was thinking, this would be, quite helpful to the Alaska State Legislature if there was some way to purposely get together their attention for a day or half of a day where they would all listen to whatever results come out of here, or to the North Pacific Research Board, to talk to them a little bit, that they could project at their annual meeting a little bit, just to really get the word out so people started paying attention, which then probably brings in more potential solutions, at least awareness and maybe some additional care to what we're doing to ourselves here. But anyhow, I just thought, I mean, I'm sure that to me, the Alaska Legislature would be very, I would hope that they would be interested in this. So it's a good service you're doing here that I think has great applications to the future,
Yeah, I agree. The collective voice aspect of this is very valuable. That's a fantastic idea.
Right. So now I want to build on a question that was asked earlier about, I guess a comment rather about the purpose of these discussions being to say, what does success look like in each of these 4 scenarios? Would you say that we're kind of taking for granted that these are the scenarios we find ourselves in and that we don't have any control over them? Or is it also fair to have some conversation about how we try to avoid or achieve these different situations?
Yeah, I mean, I think the external component of this, right, that some of this is driven by global patterns, is difficult to grapple with, but there is also the opportunity in some of our emergent solutions. If we say this will work here, but it doesn't work here, that is a finding that we can, once we have it, we can decide if we want to use that. I do think the management, the whole entire idea behind this management access was because we wanted to have something that people in the room can pull the lever on, right? So there's not just external things happening and we got to figure out how to navigate that, but what can we do to adapt and respond in a proactive way? And so that is the part of that kind of horizontal design. I have other thoughts on the other axes, but I won't get into it.
this, I couldn't quite hear all your response, and it might be really a similar question to what you just asked, but I was thinking about the scenario with the siloed decision making. And so is it something you would like us to talk about, is in that situation, how we break down the silos and build connections to other industries, or, what can we set in motion to avoid that? That's sort of part of what you want us to do, not just accept that that's all we've got, that's how it is, and how do we deal with it, but to actually think about how we may ameliorate that or mitigate that.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it comes as our last scenario, which is it's sort of hard to end on like the not happy scenario, but the reasoning is we wanted to go through exploring what we would want to have in place, go through this process, hit that, and then maybe go back up and say, well, actually, let's add this back in because it's really critical to avoid this. Or maybe this is necessary, but for it to be successful, we would have to have these connection points for that to work. And so I think that's the idea. It's always difficult to make siloed decisions. It doesn't have a good track record, right? So understanding how to navigate that is key. Thank you. Yeah. Do we know it's so strong?
Okay, any final questions for Kirsten? If not, thank you looks like we have one more question in the back.
So I wanted to turn back to your governance diagram. You had some mechanisms identified and interested parties. And what I found curious was that private sector wasn't recognized among those interested parties. You had NGOs identified as civil society actors and as an interested party, but not private sector actors. And I'm thinking, okay, so me as president of the Society for Protection of Prevention of Cruelty to Screaming Eels should have a voice here as a member of the civil society. But my colleague here, who's president of the Dread Pirate Roberts Draggers Association, wouldn't. And that seems kind of peculiar. I think we really need private sector as a key component and voice in this process.
I think that's an excellent comment for the National Climate Assessment who created the figure. I grabbed this because I liked that it had different elements, but I really like that reflection, and it wasn't planned, but I like the feedback on that because we could, as part of this process, revise this. If it's a springboard, we can revise. What would we put in these boxes? What's essential for the governance component? I used it mostly just as kind of a framing for thinking about different components of how we do planning, but you're exactly right. Excellent.
Along those lines, I didn't notice it at first, but I don't think tribes or indigenous people or communities are up there either. So I think that they would be a very important group to include. But I had a question, and it took me a while to figure out how to process my thought on this. But earlier we had a question about, what the metrics are going to be if you make a hard left instead of a soft left. And what I think about that is, so we're talking about like the way things are now, and then these different scenarios, and then decisions to make changes, or what our responses to in prediction of those. That, and then also I'm combining a whole bunch of stuff, because then with the crab scenario, or the temperatures, it's like, okay, well, you're gonna have some people think we should close crab fishing to try to preserve the stock. We're gonna have some people think that we should just open it wide because they're all gonna die. That with this, I'm kind of struggling with those types of scenarios, because in my mind, the purpose of this is to try to make things better. And if we're including evaluating scenarios, like for me, we've got the status quo, we can build in more, plan for more uncertainty by being more conservative, or we can remove restrictions and be less conservative. And, I don't, depending on how you're, what your role is and how you're involved in fisheries and the climate, you may want, one of those things. And then, are we going to be doing, is that part of the plan? Is like, are we going to also do an analysis on just like, let's just remove these unnecessary restrictions and then see what those results are going to be versus the status quo or being more conservative. So I know that was a lot, but I mean, I was just trying to figure out like with what you're presenting on and then how we're going to be discussing this in the next day and out.
I think following that through in terms of, so firstly, here is a discussion and brainstorming, right? But the follow on is what do you do with that information? How do you use that for what you're kind of describing there, a more quantitative, for example, scenario evaluation? And how certain would you need to be of the future trajectory to go down one or the other path, right? I think those are the kinds of bits of information that are important for planning. And it comes back to what Cisco was talking this morning about confidence and certainty around futures. So without getting into too much detail here, it's not trying to answer the question. It's more raising that this is a potential. These are potential conflicting things. They're discussions that do happen already. And so raising those, articulating those, and saying, here's the kinds of information you would need feeding into this process to make a decision correctly. That would be the goal. Is to understand what we need to know to make the right choice in the moment. And thank you for the reflection on the governance, and you're spot on. Yeah.
Thanks. And just following on that response that you just gave, can you talk a little bit more about the next step after we all leave tomorrow and how that information will be parsed and analyzed?
Yeah. And actually, maybe that's a good segue, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes, I'm going to allow the answer.
Thank you. If it's all right, I think I'll start by talking about breakout logistics a little bit, and then how we're going to take the information from those, make sure we record everything so we can synthesize it later and see to what extent that answers your question. And then I'll make sure if I don't fully address it, we come back to it. So as we move into our first breakout group, I do want to take some time just to make sure everybody's clear on the process. Sorry, I'm a Mac person. Okay. So again, our first breakout session this afternoon from 2:30 to 4 will focus on the current trajectory, which is Dr. Hanselman explained is the most like 2024, just with increasing climate impacts, some improvements in our predictive capabilities, and some improvements in our ability to incorporate ecosystem information. Before we move, is that better? Before we move into our first breakout, I just want to walk through the process we're going to follow for the next day and a half. This will be the same for all 4 of our breakout sessions. So for all of our groups, both in person and virtual, you'll have both a facilitator and a note taker. And the note taker's role is going to be to take detailed notes that we can use to help write our workshop summary. We will not be recording these sessions, whether you're in person or online, they will not be recorded. After the breakouts, we're going to take a short break, and after each one of them, we're going to reconvene as a group, and we're going to share a very high-level report out. As I mentioned earlier, we have a lot of people and a lot of breakout groups. So we've got about 200 people in 9 breakout groups, which means that our ability to kind of share back everything and synthesize across everything we heard in this breakout groups is pretty limited. And we understand that. So it's really important to emphasize that a lot of the synthesis, the summarizing, the kind of analyzing of what was discussed has to happen after the workshop. But we will have time for reflections and for people to kind of consider the themes that came up across multiple breakout sessions. And we have some people who will be roaming between sessions so they can kind of get a handle on what's being discussed across multiple groups. So for those of you in person, your breakout assignment should be on your name tag. Some of you may not have an assignment if you registered late or had to create your own name tag. That's totally fine. You can just join any group. Let's just try to keep them about evenly balanced. You're also welcome to join a different group if you'd strongly prefer to be with somebody from your region or community or who participates in a similar fishery. You're welcome to just join a breakout group of your choice. For our in-person groups, your groups will be mixed. So you'll have a sprinkling of council members, AP members, SSC members, state and federal agency staff, and members of the public. And in just a minute, we'll post a slide. I guess I can go ahead and post what that looks like. A slide that shows a diagram of this room and the AP room next door. That's going to show you where your groups are meeting. We don't have breakout groups for every single group. So we're going to have 3 groups meeting in this room, 2 meeting in this room, and then the purple group is going to be meeting all the way across the hall in the sea otter boardroom. So when we do move to our breakout groups, we appreciate your help just kind of forming a little circle. We're going to have to be a little creative and just kind of make a space for each of our groups and do the best we can. Now, for those of you online, your breakout groups are not pre-assigned. The composition of these groups is quite a bit different. It's mostly members of the public and then state and federal agency staff. So in just a minute, those of you online will leave this Zoom room and join the breakout group of your choice. We have one that's focused more on the Gulf of Alaska, one that's more Bering Sea, Aleutian Islands focused, or all regions. And just a note to the people who are in person, if you do want to have some sub-discussion within your group about themes that are specific to one of these geographical regions, you're perfectly welcome to do that too. So again, for our virtual participants, the Zoom links you'll need for your breakouts are available in the e-agenda and in the email I sent all of you this morning. I just want to circle back to your question about synthesizing outcomes from this discussion and see if I've answered some of that or if your question is more specific to the workshop report. Sure. Well, most of that will be me summarizing all of the notes from our discussions. Are you asking specifically about, I guess, Kirsten, do you want to speak to that too?
Let me know if this helps. Sure. So in the breakouts, there'll be facilitators and note takers. And at the end of a breakout, there'll be, hopefully the facilitators will take 10 minutes or so to recap the key themes that they heard. And those will be reported out. So in the immediate, that's what's reported back out. The facilitator will be the one doing that reporting. Then there's going to be a longer synthesis of that Katie will be working on for the report. My understanding is there will be a briefing on that at this council meeting, but then the full report is in October. And I think maybe where you're going is what's the opportunity for feedback on that process. And we do have some discussion time tomorrow, right? And maybe that would be something we could talk about because we've heard a couple of good ideas for where this information could go next. And it does help motivate or help us frame what we're going to talk about. So I think it's a good question. Does that help?
And one last thing I should have clarified, Kirsten, you made me realize when we were talking about the reporting out process, again, since we have 9 groups and we don't have a great deal of time for reporting out, we're going to ask our facilitators to, again, take a few minutes toward the ends of your sessions and focus on just maybe 2 or 3 minutes worth of the top. I shouldn't say top, but some of the interesting highlights and takeaways. These don't need to reflect consensus. They don't need to be the most important things you discussed in your group, just something to give the rest of the group the flavor. So with that, we're going to take about a 15-minute break. We're going to ask you when you come back, not to reconvene in this main room, but go directly to your breakout session. And let's plan to get started right around 2:30. All right, everybody go ahead and take your seat. We're going to begin our short recap in just a minute. All right. Well, thanks everybody and welcome back. I hope your first breakout discussion was productive. I think logistically we figured things out. We'll work a little bit more tomorrow on making sure everybody has a quiet space that works well for your discussion. So we'll keep working on that. Before we get started with our recaps, I just want to note to all of our facilitators and note takers who have a couple of minutes after the meeting, let's take some time to put our heads together and just talk about how our sessions went and how we can adapt for tomorrow. So just trying to catch you all before you leave. So for our breakout recaps, as I mentioned earlier, we don't have a lot of time for this, but we want to be sure we share some of the highlights of your discussions. Again, these are not meant to be comprehensive. These are not things people agreed on, just interesting things that came out of your conversations. So what we're going to do is go through the breakout groups in the order on this slide. If anybody is furiously still typing and needs another minute, just let me know. We can circle back to you. Not pointing at anybody. So where are our facilitators? Can you all raise a hand just to get a sense of where you are so we can move our microphones? Okay, great. Most of you are pretty close to the front of the room. So optionally, you can come up here to the podium or I'll bring you a mic. And we're going to go last to our virtual facilitator so you have a little more time to get situated. So we are going to start with the red group, and that's Chris Anderson.
All right. Everybody hear me okay? Excellent. So we in the red group had a fantastic discussion. We got a bunch of ideas out on Post-it notes, which you can read in the red corner back there. And so to summarize, we'd say that people were really concerned about effects of climate change that they couldn't control, like weather. And that introduced a lot of volatility into the system. And a lot of the other things that we talked about had to do with treating that volatility. They were also concerned with community effects over which they felt we did have some control through the management process. Excuse me. So the issue with the volatility is it poses a threat to stability. People wanted to work together to assure healthy communities. Stability was a theme that came up a lot, but of course, stability is at odds with volatility, and we had to figure out how to solve that problem. And we also identified, of course, that people don't like change. And that's not just other people, that included scientists and council members. We don't like to change the way that we do things. And that climate change may be coming at us with things that are going to require us to change. So as we began to look at solutions and how the management process can adapt, there were a couple of big themes. And one is that in the face of volatility, it's important to have a more rapidly reactive management system. So one of the things that this means is a capacity to have, in particular, stock surveys that were more on the frequency associated with the volatility of change. Okay, so if we are losing huge amounts of stocks in 1 year, then we need to know that right away, right? So that tells us something about how frequently we need to do surveys. People were broadly supportive about expanding and enhancing our capacity to do EBFM and everything associated with it. And a key element there is dynamic science and collecting data and doing surveys that change in response to the rapid change of the underlying resources. So this is when things move, how do we think about that? When the world changes, how do we think about that? When underlying stock parameters change, how do we think about that? One of the big tools that we have and opportunities is to depend more on local knowledge and traditional knowledge to make observations of things that go wrong before the models that are based in tracking long-term averages detect a shift. So this is sort of an opportunity to use LKTK, fleet knowledge, to identify red flags quicker. And what that poses for us as a management process, for us as a science, is how do we figure out how to react appropriately without overreacting? And there was some optimism that we could work that out, but then we ran out of time.
They've been wanting more. Thanks. And next up is Dana Hanselman with the Orange Group.
The tricky center button again. Yeah, thanks. We had a great discussion. We first started off by discussing about how people were thought about or affected by the case studies that we heard about earlier, which was really interesting. And I think, like Chris's group, we talked a lot about whether we could have done more with those situations if we had known more earlier. I think 3 themes kind of emerged from our group. That we've made a lot of progress on these tools like ESPs and ESRs, but are these tools reaching the right people, and are we getting the right information from the right people? These are often run by scientists who don't always know all the right connections. We also discussed a lot how we need to recognize that people have different values. But as long as we hold each other with respect, we can work toward these common goals together, recognize that there probably is no one variable or sector at any time that can solve the problem by themselves. Operating under different value systems, we may share goals. Working towards these goals together requires that respect and empathy. And we discussed the meaning of the precautionary principle a bit and how it doesn't seem to be too often cited in some of the stuff we saw earlier today. Another theme was the lack of opportunity and diversification that harvesters are allowed to do these days, where it's harder to be nimble. So one of the things that's occurred is all these barriers to entry or barriers to change. So we would expect under climate change, there's going to be a lot more of these sudden reactions. And if we can't be nimble during those, it's going to be much harder to deal with these quick shocks. Finally, one of the things we kind of kept coming up was that we shouldn't be using climate as possibly a scapegoat as a means to inaction. One of the examples that we talked about was habitat protections. It seems that's something we've somewhat moved away from, both in the council and the science community. And we obviously know this could be an important tool for when we talk about resilience in the ecosystem. And I think that's about it. And I look forward to seeing my group tomorrow. Thanks.
Thank you. Can you turn off that mic? Thank you. And next up is the yellow group, and that was my group. I'm definitely hearing some similar themes to the first red and orange group that went. We started by talking about the recent case studies we discussed this morning and the importance of a more established conduit for industry observations and kind of that ability to recognize red flags and changes sooner. We talked a lot about the importance of things like cooperative research, integrating study fleets, ways of augmenting surveys, both through coverage and engaging the industry, as well as pioneering new technology. And we also heard a comment that it's important to be thinking about how to do this both for local and traditional knowledge and industry knowledge at the same time. We also had the conversation about what would we have done differently if we did have earlier information. Would it have changed the decisions we made? We don't know. It did lead to a discussion about whether we should be more willing to consider triggers, or when we see something happening, kind of I don't know if trigger is the right word because it implies action, but something that prompts another step or another look that's maybe more specific or more actionable than what we do now. We also had an interesting conversation about the frequency of disasters in this scenario, because in this scenario, we're saying things are a little bit more unpredictable than they are, knowing that tomorrow we're going to talk about a really unpredictable scenario. And so the point came up about what happens when disasters become the norm. So we're shifting a mindset from kind of disaster and recovery to just disaster and kind of chronic instability being the new normal. And it led to a bit of a conversation about how the council process versus individual business choices facilitate flexibility. And we definitely don't have to agree on all of that. We also talked about some of the strengths of the council process and the fact that some of the strengths are also some of the challenges in terms of the amount of time we spend together discussing things, kind of the flow of information in the process, the way the council process is structured with the SSC and the AP and the council meeting simultaneously, and how that's different from other regions. But this led to a discussion of climate resilience demanding that we have more ability to prioritize and triage and think about what is really essential to focus our time and limited resources on. And that it's not just about kind of plugging in the right size pieces when it comes to what can we do in the next 3 months or the next 3 meetings or the next year, but thinking about which of those are most important, most impactful, and having some way of saying no, whether that looks like a strategic planning process or a way to triage or something different.
And finally, we agreed that it's very important to have time like this for informal dialogue, but we also agreed we don't just need another report. We need very specific ideas. And so that's my charge and your marching orders for tomorrow is to make sure we're continuing to talk about very specific ideas. And I'll just note that with these wrap-ups, we are talking very big picture and, more specific ideas to come up in our breakout groups. So we're keeping our recaps pretty big picture, high level. So thank you. And we'll move on.
Hi, all. We had a great conversation. We kind of ran the spectrum from very high level ideas to really concrete and specific ideas, but really started with having a discussion about what's not working in the current system and in what ways those challenges are leading to it not being resilient in terms of sustainable fisheries, but also sustainable fisheries, fishing way of life. And really addressing in terms of ideas for addressing supporting resiliency is really addressing those issues that aren't currently working. Some of the examples of that would be greater representation, greater equitable representation within the council process, decision-making processes, but also in terms of species equity in that, like in fisheries equity, which fisheries get greater focus than others, and having reflecting on a broader spectrum of that. Also really taking a future view for future generations. So a much more, a longer duration of time period to, in terms of looking at impacts. The need for greater flexibility within the management system and within decision-making processes. So the current programs do not necessarily feel as flexible as they could to support resiliency. One of the other points that people talked about was data, and there wasn't uniform agreement in the group, but there were a lot of reflections around the need for data, what kind of data, and is there a need for more data, but also a better utilization of the data we have. And then bridging multiple knowledge systems within that process and having an improvement in the dissemination of information. So not only just broader dissemination of information and data, but also more timely. So really timely in order to inform decision-making. And then we had a conversation around kind of broadly engagement or knowledge sharing and the need for sort of higher level discussions around not just what may have been termed in the past as education and outreach, which seems really unidirectional from one place to another, but more of an exchange, multi-directional, so that there is more engagement in that way. And then really some very specific examples of greater investment in and increasing capacity through scholarships and other knowledge building and capacity building programs.
We're going to pause and go a little bit out of order to take Marisha. She has a hard stop just in a couple of minutes. So we're going to go to Marisha's Gulf of Alaska group online. If we can unmute her, please.
Yeah, can you hear me okay?
Yep, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, yeah, sorry for taking you guys out of order. So I was helping facilitate the Gulf of Alaska group, and I'll try to sort of touch on some points maybe that I haven't already heard, so that we're not just kind of reiterating. We had a pretty long conversation about that first question around, what really is resilience, and we had people coming from different disciplines and sort of thinking about the diversity of ways in which, say, you might, as an ecologist, think about resilience and sort of predator-prey switching behavior, and how, like, in the social sciences, we think about it as really being sort of across this spectrum from persistence to adaptation to transformation. And the potential need to sort of think about an operational definition for resilience that is inclusive of sort of all of those ways of thinking, so you sort of know where you're kind of aiming for in this process. We talked a lot about the dimension of time and different planning and time horizons across the sort of nodes in our fisheries system. So you have science that is maybe increasingly trying to be more responsive, a management system that was not really built to be that inherently adaptive or to take in information and be responsive in the same sort of planning horizon. And then the planning horizon of fishermen needing, you know, from the 1 to sort of 5 year lookout, and how do we sort of bridge these different temporal horizon. And then the need for increasing innovation in our science and management processes in response to both the volatility of our fisheries system under climate change and just human capital, and the need for innovation and potentially the use of tools. And then we talked about maybe, you know, the continuation of this scenario planning process, or however that kind of unfolds in the council, is a workshop potentially around the how-tos for climate on-ramps into the management process that really sort of tries to dig into how you would sort of be able to do that. So yeah, that's all I had. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Marisha, and thanks for your help with leading one of our virtual groups. So we'll go back on schedule and hear from Katie Palop with the Blue group.
All right, I'd like to thank everyone in the Blue group and also Kirsten, because otherwise I wouldn't have any notes as my co-facilitator. Some of the themes that we talked about were really interconnected, and kind of how all the user groups and all the participants are related. And some of that, we spent a lot of time talking about what climate resilience means and really focusing on a lot of what we kind of themed co-words like co-production, co-management, collaboration. And that kind of came into play when we talked about maintaining observations. Like some of the first topics we talked about were, you know, wanting to have more information about a system that's changing, but knowing that we're limited in our resources and our ability, and how could we do that potentially through fishery dependent data, through other collaborations with different user groups, with communities, things like that. And really progress towards more inclusive planning from all participants. And so the common vision we had was kind of that there's mutual benefits in the system for everyone. And we saw success kind of in climate resilience being that everyone has access to not only the resources, but also the process of making decisions around the resource. And that really health or resilience kind of was having balance and equity and interconnectivity, and the ability of user groups to be able to scale back and have diversity of options. I think that was another theme I heard in some of the other groups. We spent a little bit of time talking about metrics, kind of how would we evaluate it for climate resilient? And we had some ideas there, but we're kind of keep track of as we go through the other scenarios. But some of what our group did talk about, we spent a lot of time on the resilience and kind of hypothesized that regardless of the scenario, our overall idea of climate resilience would be the same. We want to reduce vulnerabilities and provide room for adaptation. And so that was some of the common themes that we kind of went over as a high level.
Thank you, Katie. Next up, we have Rob Surian with the Purple group.
Okay, our group likewise had some really interesting discussions, and one of the first things that was brought up is the importance of having all stakeholders at the table. And so there was very strong support for exercises like this. So thanks very much to the organizers. And the importance that we need to hear all voices, and it's fine to hear them repeatedly. So sometimes you comments of, well, I've told this story before, but that's okay. There's a reason why marketers give us the same commercial over and over, and we can repeat the Geico lingo commercials. Okay, and then also including all data streams in the decision-making process. And so we touched on both model data and unmodeled data, just observational data too. There's lots of different observational data streams. We have the Fisheries Observer Program database, which is observational data, and that's collected in near real time that can provide some metrics. The same is true from on-water observations from the fishers, harvesters, et cetera, and also in people living in the communities, subsistence harvests and commercial harvests. There is, and resilience is just having these tools. They have both the annual metrics, but also, like I mentioned, the real-time information too. And they also highlighting not to ignore external factors, such as what we're experiencing now, right, with international markets, activities that we just don't have control over, but somehow we have to find a way to adapt to or to have alternatives for. And then also making sure we are considering the activities of other organizations, other agencies, et cetera. There was an acknowledgement that many of the tools that we need are in place. It's just that are some of these either underutilized or could they be used in a different way? So the current management tools are robust. We just need to find efficiencies in the process, for example, with regulatory processes, but also disaster relief, which often is a topic that we hear a lot about, and trying to find some uncertainty within, or find some certainty within all the uncertainty that's occurring. And then the other aspect of resiliency, we started touching a bit on what specifically that is, but we kept it at a high level, but also, and I'm sure we'll dig into it in the tomorrow a bit more, but the importance that resiliency is both, it's very specific to the stakeholder, the community, the tribe. Resiliency looks different for the different people involved. So it's not a one size that fits all. And then it's important that we communicate out information, for example, from the council in an understandable way, and thinking about these communication lines being a two-way communication, right? We're requesting information from all the different sources of information, but we're also providing information in a way that's understandable to everyone. That's also providing us information. And then the other part, the one other item we touched on that we wanted to highlight is that is to ask, well, what is working well? And so one of the items that was highlighted is for example, the CDQ program is an example of something working well through our current situations that we're experiencing. Thanks. That's all we had. Thanks.
And we've got two more. Next, we're going to go to the Bering Sea Aleutian Islands virtual group, and that's Carrie McGilliard.
Hi, thank you. We had a really great discussion in our virtual group, and we touched on a number of issues. And so I'll just try to share a couple of things here. I think we talked about climate resilience as something that needs to include better and consistent data collection to improve predictive capabilities, as well as diversified management approaches. And there are we talked about a lot of challenges in terms of reduced observations and budget cuts to surveys, data collection, regulatory and legislative constraints, and differing stakeholder objectives and trade-offs that have to be dealt with. Let's see. In terms of scientific tools and information, I think we talked a lot about the need for consistent and expanded data, including predator-prey dynamics, information on that from like stomach content, seasonal movement in general, and being able to know more about what's happening in terms of the timing of movement and changes in spatial distributions. Like we need to monitor that in order to be responsive. So there was a particular concern about the loss of key surveys, such as like the long line survey this year, reduction in the amount of acoustic surveying, new Bering Sea survey this year. And so we talked quite a lot about that. We also talked about having our kind of management framework in terms of EBFM approaches be kind of up to date, such as considering things like OY caps under climate change and what that means or how that might change what an appropriate cap is. We had a really great discussion about what the legislative challenges are to allow more dynamic management approaches, and that some of the current regulations can hinder responsive and adaptive management. Like not being able to frame decision making in terms of if then scenarios and some other things like that. So and then I think we talked also about whether diversification could happen and what the kind of hangups with that could be in terms of flexibility for fishermen to harvest more than one species. And we talked about things in terms of the crab example, and also in terms of an example with some Canadian fisheries that have been able to, for where fishermen have a much broader portfolio of species that they fish for, and kind of what community-wise and culturally and historically some of the barriers to that might be in the Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands. And we talked about some challenges in terms of the cost of replacing vessels and that kind of lessening people's ability to adapt to various situations, as well as infrastructure vulnerabilities for communities, and identifying places where there might be some extra redundancy needed in order to sort of keep everything running. Let's see. And we really covered a number of things. So it's hard to summarize. But I think also just we talked about flexibility and regulations to allow kind of more direct selling of catches, and how that could improve economic resilience for fishermen. And we talked about examples of how market pressures and high operational costs are kind of intersecting with the impacts of climate change to impact communities right now, and how that might be handled as well. And we also talked about bringing in kind of diverse data sources, such as more uses of fishery-dependent data, a more comprehensive look at Indigenous knowledge sources. An example of the Local and Traditional Knowledge Subsistence Task Force database was given as something that we could use to sort of like fill out and try to see if we can figure out what's going on with a particular species when survey information might be lagging, or things might not show up in the survey information for a bit more time. So those are some of the things that we hit on in our conversation.
Thank you so much, Carrie. And then for our last breakout report, we're going to hear from Megan Bryan, who had the Gulf of Alaska, Bering Sea, Aleutian Islands group. That was kind of everybody with an interest in all of those regions. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. So we had a good conversation, and being the last breakout group to summarize, a lot of what we talked about has already been mentioned already. But one of the things, what we started off talking about was some of the barriers to resilience in the face of climate change, and one of those things that we talked about was the lack of flexibility and fishing opportunities, and lack of flexibility in management. We also talked about, in terms of needed tools and management options. We spent a fair amount of time talking about the need for better habitat protection measures, and how with greater habitat protection management options, we could, populations could be more resilient, and that in turn would lead to greater resiliency in the fishing community. We also talked about the need for developing food web models, so that we have a better understanding of trophic linkages and how they'll change with continued fishing and in the face of climate change. So using those models to, look at and incorporating different climate scenarios to see how, those trophic linkages may erode, and how in turn that would affect our management options. And we could use those food web models to basically evaluate different fishing management options, and so that we can provide better information in terms of our options in the future. Another thing that we spent quite a bit of time talking about was just in general how to improve communications between the council, between scientists and communities. And a major theme that we hit upon was that that information needs to go out in formats that are digestible, not thousands or hundreds or thousands of pages, but digestible chunks of information, so that people can look at them quickly, understand what is being said, and so that there's just a more comprehensive understanding of what the options are, what management options are, how that might impact communities. And I think of the last thing that we talked about, or the last major theme from our group discussion, was that there needed to be more equitable representation of perspectives and inclusion of data sources in the management process. And so a major component of the decision, the thought was that a major component of the decision-making process should include an on-ramp, a formal on-ramp, for a broader reach of information, to include a broader reach of information and data and observations and recommendations of people who have historically lived in the area in which the fisheries are taking place, and that are being impacted the most. And if we don't incorporate these perspectives into the management system, we won't be able to expand beyond this status quo of right now. Yeah, I think, I'll leave it there. So those were like the four major themes that we talked about.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Meg. And I just want to thank all of our facilitators, virtually and in person, for helping us accommodate all of the people who wanted to be a part of this conversation in person and online. There's a lot of logistics, but it sounds like everything went pretty smoothly for our first breakout. So thanks for your help. We're going to reconvene tomorrow in this room at 8. We met this morning at 8:30, so pay attention. It's 8 tomorrow. We're going to pick up our day 2 name tags. And just like today, those will have your breakout assignments. Just like today, if you don't have a name tag, that's fine. Just join any breakout group. Finally, just a quick announcement. There's going to be an open house at the Kodiak Fisheries Research Center, and there are shuttles leaving from here at 5:15 and 5:30. So go check it out. Well, with that, thanks to everybody and have a good evening.